Chapter 1564. Heavenly God Jordan was astonished to see the heavenly metal god being knocked flying by a single punch. The celestial darch, black spirit snake, and the others also clicked their tongues upon seeing this. This ancient dragon empress was no ordinary badass. Only the heavenly disciples of the heaven-crushing sect were capable of bashing the most revered heavenly gods in such an unreasonable manner. The heavenly mountain god raised an eyebrow as it turned toward another direction. A handsome young man in a coarse linen robe made his way over to it with his bare feet. Every step he took made contact with the ground, but not a speck of dust could be seen. It was as if he was in the mortal world, yet he had left it and reached a higher dimension. The second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, Chin. Jordan's expression shifted again. He was astonished by the ancient dragon empress appearance. However, Chin's appearance was nothing short of astonishing. The heavenly time god was the most powerful heavenly god below the 6 paramount heavenly gods. However, it had fallen 100 years ago, and its power had reverted to the unconscious heavenly Tao. Heavenly God Jordan knew that the heavenly time god had fallen not because of Enlin, but because of the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, Chin. Chin was the one who had forced it to self-detonate. The heavenly gods were very cautious and didn't want to reveal themselves, as they were wary of the heavenly disciples of the heaven-crushing sect. Now, the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect really had appeared here, and he seemed to be waiting for them to show themselves. Are you finally going to attack? What a surprise! The heavenly mountain god stared coldly at the oncoming youth, and the might of the divine halo above its head soared explosively as Boundless might crash down upon it like a mountain. Chin continued onward as if he didn't exist. Looks like the heavenly gods are very nervous. The void body mantra really is a good thing. Even the heavenly gods are unable to detect its presence. A smile appeared on the celestial Thearch's face as he looked at the approaching Chin. Chin's void body mantra could even isolate the power of the heavenly time god's self-detonation. It wasn't all that surprising that he had managed to fool these 2 heavenly gods. The final trump card of the extermination team had finally made all of the heavenly gods quite nervous. The crushing situation, which was originally within their grasp, was reversed once again. Heavenly God Jordan, the heavenly mountain god, and the heavenly metal god discovered that they were the ones being hunted. The extermination team's final trump card had arrived. The celestial darch was overjoyed. However, Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were given a fright before their eyes blazed with rage. Black Spirit Snake turned toward the celestial darch with shock and rage. Why are the heaven-crushing sect members here? You know about the Sky Emperor, right? You're the second in command of the heaven-mending sect, yet you're cooperating with the heaven-crushing sect's heavenly disciple? The celestial darch blinked with an innocent expression. No, I didn't. Don't spout nonsense. I'm working with the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Enlin. However, Chin of the heaven-crushing sect just so happened to be working with Enlin. We just happened to be together. Black Spirit Snake almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing the celestial Thearch's explanation. What F*** King happened to be together? Was he trying to fool an idiot? White Spirit Snake nodded with enlightened expression. No wonder Her Majesty told us not to do anything rash and to prioritize destroying the heavenly human tribe first when we reported the southern heavenly gate to Her Majesty. She's afraid that we'll fight the heaven-crushing sect? The heavenly mountain god's aura became more and more terrifying, as if it were a boundless Mount Bujo that had been born from the chaos of the universe. It crashed down toward Chin with boundless mountainous power. Ordinary almighties would be crushed into a puddle of blood the moment they came into contact with this pressure. They wouldn't even have the chance to resist. However, Chin only patted his shoulder as if he had dusted it off before continuing to make his way toward the heavenly mountain god with a smile on his face. In reality, his battle with the heavenly mountain god had already commenced. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the heavenly metal god stood up and withdrew all of her previous condescension. There was still a deep fist imprint on her cheek, and her face was completely devoid of any elasticity, creating a very peculiar sight to behold. However, she didn't mind. She gripped the air with one hand as she looked at the oncoming ancient dragon empress. Countless golden pieces of metal spun rapidly through the air like saw teeth. Not only were they extremely hard, but they were also imbued with the power to slice through all things. The ancient dragon empress fist crashed into the golden pieces of metal, and the countless pieces of metal were able to withstand her devastating attack. Not only that, but they were also able to inflict a series of extremely deep gashes on the ancient dragon empress fist. The ancient dragon empress' eyelids twitched, and she quickly retreated. This is chaotic immortal metal, the sharpest metal in the universe. There's no way you can shatter it. The heavenly metal god finally regained some of her confidence. She stood proudly amid the countless pieces of chaotic immortal metal. In this world, I can use any type of metal, and I can unleash its properties to the fullest extent. I am the goddess of all metals. The ancient dragon empress remained silent, and she shook her throbbing hand before pouncing toward the heavenly metal god again. The vermilion bird princess heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that the three heavenly gods had all been held back. At this time, there was another wave of extremely beautiful fragrance that refreshed the mind. She raised her head to discover an extremely beautiful woman descending from the sky. She had a pair of clear blue eyes, a sharp nose and thin, yet extremely beautiful lips. Her features were like the most perfect artwork. What was most eye-catching were her 6 pristine, flawless wings, which glowed with a holy and healing light as they spread open. There were also countless white feathers falling from the sky, creating a beautiful, holy, and alluring spectacle. Raphaela, the vermilion bird princess, immediately identified the newcomer. Raphaela was one of the 4 archangels of the Garden of Eden. She was the #1 superstar on the Tai-Chu continent who had attracted countless fans through her beauty alone. Furthermore, she possessed Tao integration stage power and an extremely healing smile, so she was revered as the #1 goddess on the Tai-Chu continent by many living beings. "I'm here to treat Lin and Su Xiaolan," Raphaela said with a gentle smile. And Lin was indescribably excited at the sight of Raphaela. Raphaela fulfilled all of his fantasies about angels. She was beautiful, gentle, and could even heal people in times of need. Raphaela carefully carried Lin and Su Xiaolan out of the cave with an extremely beautiful and comforting smile on her face. "Thank you for your hard work in that battle. Even I couldn't help but cheer for you when I was watching from afar." And Lin was very pleased to hear this. Look at those words. What a sweet mouth. Your performance has even exceeded the expectations of the 2 heavenly disciples, and it's exactly because of your astonishing power that our plan was able to be executed to perfection. Raphaela continued to praise them with genuine emotions on her beautiful face. Her eyes were fixed on Lin's body with reverence and a hint of curiosity. And Lin was feeling a little smug after being praised and even worshipped by the #1 goddess of the Tai-Chu continent. Su Xiaolan silently pinched Lin's waist, and Lin immediately looked straight ahead. Chapter 1565. A smile appeared on Raphaela's face as she looked on with amusement. However, she also turned her attention away from Lin and focused on setting up a regenerative spell formation. The regenerative spell formation was activated. An enormous amount of healing power flowed into Lin and Su Xiaolan's bodies, and Lin could feel a very warm power slowly flowing into his body from the surface of his skin. It was as soft and supple as a spring breeze, but it was also filled with boundless vitality. It was like a lover's hand gently caressing his entire body. Regardless of whether it was his injured organs, broken meridians, broken bones, or even his feeble consciousness. All of them were being nurtured and healed. And Lin was even moaning in comfort. All of his exhaustion and pain had disappeared, and his entire body was relaxed and limp. He really wanted to take a good nap. He had tried using immortal tools, immortal pills, and all types of healing spell techniques to heal his injuries, but none of them were as comfortable as they were right now. Furthermore, this was the fastest healing spell technique he had ever used. Even the evergreen technique seemed to resonate with this healing power, thereby significantly enhancing its power. Is this the power of the healing divine Tao? It's so powerful. A blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as an expression of enjoyment appeared on her face. She felt as if the after effects of overexerting her body from using the buff mystic technique were greatly alleviated. Cultivators who specialized in healing were extremely rare. There were only a handful of cultivators who had attained the power of the divine Tao through healing in the entire Tai Chu continent. Furthermore, Archangel Raphaela was the only cultivator on the entire Tai Chu continent who had successfully attained the Tao integration stage through healing and resonated with heaven and earth. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were currently being treated by the best doctors on the entire Tai Chu continent. Was it very painful to be hospitalized and receive treatment? Raphaela was going to show them what enjoyment was. And Lin looked at the beautiful woman standing at the edge of the spell formation with her eyes tightly closed and her 6 wings spread open. A cool breeze suddenly blew past, revealing a pair of slender and well-proportioned snow-white legs under the angel robe. Her golden hair stirred up the brilliance of the setting sun. She stood alone in the world, just like that, tranquil and elegant, while divine radiance curled up in spirals. She was beautiful to the point she was like a painting, too pleasing to the eyes. She was super beautiful, the treatment was superb, and the process was especially comfortable. For a split second, and Lin was even struck by the urge to slash himself with a sword before asking Archangel Raphaela for help in healing him. He was shocked. Why did this idea feel so familiar? That's right. Didn't Dongfang Zhuangshi use this exact method to get in touch with Dongfang Mingjie? It was just that he was mentally happy, while Lin was physically comfortable soon, and Lin felt that his body could move, and he could even use a portion of his power. One had to realize that his body had been completely emptied by heavenly goddess Linyu. As expected of the top healer on the Tai Chu continent, Raphael opened her bright, sapphire eyes to find Lin and Su Xiaolan meditating off to the side. A faint smile appeared on her face, and it was very comforting and warm. A smile could make one feel very relaxed and elated. In particular, this smile was displayed by Raphaela, who could even perform the Tao integration stage with her healing divine Tao. As such, the power of this smile had been amplified countless times. Even Su Xiaolan's heart was throbbing with excitement, let alone Lin. She had never seen such a beautiful smile in her entire life. Raphael was genuinely happy. If Su Xiaolan and Lin could quickly recover from their injuries and return to battle, then their chances of securing victory would increase significantly. She paused for a moment and decided to change her treatment strategy. All of a sudden, a shadow appeared behind her. The heavenly Tao was invisible, and everything in this world was the heavens. Chaos and nothingness were the heavens, and the Tao encompassed everything. The earth was boundless, and any point on it could be a place where the heavens could descend. An extremely terrifying sense of peril welled up in Raphael's heart. As the #1 healer on the Tai Chu continent, she was very familiar with death. It could be said that she had battled with death all this time. At this critical moment, she naturally knew how close she was to death. Run. She had to run. The sense of peril behind her sent chills running down her spine. She was just about to run toward Lin when a sharp pain suddenly shot through her neck. An extremely sharp object sliced through her neck at an incredible speed, piercing through her tender skin, piercing through her scorching flesh, and piercing through her indestructible bones. Raphael was greeted by the sight of a beautiful body falling feebly toward the ground. Its 6 wings were folded, and its feathers were stained red with blood, creating a particularly sinister sight in the crimson sky. More importantly, the body was headless. A hoarse voice escaped from her throat as her blue eyes widened. Her hair seemed to have been grabbed and suspended in midair. Her extremely powerful life force allowed her to retain her consciousness even at this moment. Raphael seemed to have realized something, especially when she saw the shock, horror, and rage on the faces of the 2 people before her. She had been killed when she decided to participate in this battle. She knew that there were bound to be casualties. After all, this was a battle against the entire heavenly human tribe on the southern front. This was the most intense battle in the past few decades, and it was extremely normal for Tao integration stage super mighty figures to fall. However, she didn't think that she would be the first super mighty figure to fall. She was a logistician who was responsible for healing the wounded. And Lin's eyes widened, and his mind went completely blank. Everything that was unfolding before his eyes was a massive blow to his heart. Behind Raphael stood a semi-transparent, dark yellow humanoid creature with a black cloak draped over its body. It held a twisted crimson blade in one hand, and it held Raphael's head in the air with its other hand. Raphael's face was filled with astonishment and confusion, and blood continued to flow from the wound on her head. Drip, drip, drip. Just a moment ago, she had been talking and laughing with a warm smile on her face. Now her expression had completely congealed, and her eyes had lost their liveliness, as if she were a tattered doll. The dark yellow humanoid creature held Raphael's head in its hand with a wide grin on its face, as if it were holding a very valuable trophy. The crimson sky resonated with the blood flowing from the woman's head, as if it were a symphony of despair. And Lin caught sight of the divine halo above the humanoid creature's head, which was a faint greenish-yellow divine halo that was extremely intimidating. Raphael turned to look at Lin and Su Xiaolan, who had risen to their feet in rage. However, the crimson sky gradually engulfed their bodies. Her vision was filled with a vast expanse of red before falling into eternal darkness, upon which she completely lost consciousness. Chapter 1566. Heaven and earth began to wail with grief. The crimson sky became clear and bright, as if it had been healed. It was already evening, and the night sky was slowly descending with countless stars twinkling in the night sky. Heaven and earth were vast and bleak, and only starlight accompanied them. A sense of grief welled up in the hearts of everyone on the battlefield. This was an instinctive sense of grief evoked by the passing of one's Tao. Heaven and earth mourned the death of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Countless specks of white light fell upon the earth, shimmering with a gentle light, as if the stars were falling from the sky. The specks of light were imbued with extremely potent healing power, and all of the living beings present could feel their injuries quickly recovering. Even the grief of heaven and earth caused by the death of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was diluted by this power. This was Raphaela's final reward, and it was just as gentle and healing as ever. In other words, this was the scene of the death of a super mighty figure that was the least saddening to all living beings. And Lin could even see a beautiful and gentle big sister in the sky, cheering him on from afar with a warm smile on her face. Even though the big sister was about to leave him forever, the beauty of this moment struck him with an incomparable sense of warmth and serenity. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had been severely wounded to begin with, so they received the greatest reward. Not only were their injuries quickly recovering, but even their energy was gradually being replenished. Raphaela is dead. Qin Chen's expressionless face faltered for the first time, and he turned toward Raphaela with shock and pity in his eyes. An enraged roar suddenly erupted into the heavens. A red streak of light pierced through the sky before crashing toward the god behind Raphaela at an extremely terrifying speed. I'm going to kill you, be asterisk starred." The woman's eyes were crimson, and her killing intent soared into the heavens as the roar of a true dragon instantly shattered the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Borrowing the speed of falling and tearing through the sky, she lifted her leg and kicked at the deity. The kick was imbued with peerless power, as if it could shatter the heavens with a single stomp. Foot of the heavenly Tao. Bam! The collision of red energy instantly reduced everything within a radius of over 50 kilometers to dust. The ancient Dragon Empress had unleashed her wrath upon this kick, and its heaven-crushing power was elevated to its very peak. Even the heavenly mountain god and the heavenly metal god were struck by a sense of horror, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were knocked back by the shock waves. If it weren't for the fact that they had recovered from some of their injuries, they would have most likely been reduced to ashes by the shock waves from the ancient Dragon Empress battle. The ancient voice seemed to pierce through time and space to reach the hearts of everyone present. Anger can make a living being stronger. This saying is indeed true. The energy dissipated. The black-cloaked humanoid creature's cloak was torn away by a terrifying force, revealing his true appearance. It was a face carved out of jade, a handsome young man's face, and his entire body was in a translucent state, as if his body was made of yellow amber. He held Raphaela's head in one hand and the twisted crimson blade in the other as he positioned himself firmly in front of the ancient Dragon Empress' descending kick. Everyone couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. The ancient Dragon Empress had unleashed the most powerful heaven-crushing techniques and unleashed her wrath attack, but it wasn't even able to force her opponent back. You can crush stars and shatter moons with a single stomp, but do you think you can move even a single inch of this boundless earth? The yellow god smiled. The ancient Dragon Empress didn't say anything, but tears of blood suddenly flowed from her eyes. A red divine Tao instantly enshrouded her opponent in an attempt to crush every single part of her opponent's body. However, the yellow god wasn't panicked in the slightest. Instead, it shook its head lightly, as if it was mocking the ancient Dragon Empress for overestimating herself. Right at this moment, the ancient Dragon Empress swept a hand through the air. A crimson light flashed past. Her golden hair was sliced cleanly down the middle. Raphaela's head and body were instantly cradled in the ancient Dragon Empress' arms before she quickly retreated. A faint smile appeared on the yellow god's face. "You're about to die, and you still want to protect your comrade's body? You have such an unyielding personality, but I didn't think you'd have such a soft heart." His feet weren't moving, but his body was chasing after the ancient Dragon Empress at an extremely terrifying speed. The twisted crimson blade in his hand became even more sinister. Right at this moment, a bolt of golden void lightning imbued with the power to annihilate all things tore through space. The lightning was imbued with a paramount will, as if it were a god that wielded the power of billions of bolts of lightning, and it was determined to annihilate all things in this world. Boom! Divine lightning exploded, annihilating all things. The young man's body faltered as he slashed his blade toward the golden void lightning. The boundless lightning crashed into the crimson blade, only to be sliced in half. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed that woman sooner. Now, there's one more problem to deal with. The young man waved his crimson blade as he looked at Lin with an indifferent expression, and Lin's expression darkened. He had unleashed the full power of his heavenly lightning power, but it had been so easily blocked by his opponent. This disparity in power struck him with a sense of unease. Thankfully, Lin wasn't fighting alone. He still had Xiaolan, and the ancient Dragon Empress had also recovered Raphaela's body before glaring at the divine being with an enraged expression. "Who are you?" And Lin asked the question that had been bothering him the most. A harmless smile appeared on the young man's face as he stared at Lin with his earthy eyes. "Me? Heaven and earth are black and yellow, and the universe is chaotic and chaotic. There was heaven first, then earth. I am number 2. The young man raised his hands high into the air as he spoke. In that instant, everything between heaven and earth seemed to be resonating with him. Boom, 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 the boundless earth began to tremor violently. It was impossible to describe what kind of power this was. It was as if the entire Tai Chu continent was trembling at his command. The earth cracked open, mountains rose up, vast plains appeared, hills and valleys appeared one after another. A great power that could change the appearance of the continent with just a wave of a hand was appearing before their eyes. They were astonished to the core. That's right. Everything that was happening before their eyes had far exceeded everyone's imagination. And Lin had only seen something like this in the divine mirror world when Tina created the world. The young man slowly lowered his hands, and the earth-shattering transformation came to an abrupt halt as everything returned to normal. However, the earth that had been ravaged by the battle had now been restored to its original state, as if the battle had never taken place. Almost everyone present knew the identity of the deity in front of them. As long as they weren't idiots, they would be able to guess who he was. I am the culmination of the 5 elements, the all-encompassing earth. The young man's voice was ancient and boundless, and he looked at Lin and the others with a benevolent expression on his face. And all of you are my descendants. All of the living beings present exploded upon hearing this. The enemy was telling them, I'm your father, and asking them if they knew how to explode? Chapter 1567. Of course, everyone couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath. The enemy before them was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The Heavenly Earth God. They knew just how important this title was. According to the Heavenly Human Tribe higher-ups, the Heavenly Tao had 6 paramount heavenly gods, which were heaven, earth, ocean, life, light, and darkness. They represented the paramount will of the Heavenly Tao and were also the most fundamental authority of the Heavenly Tao. They also had the right to bestow powers upon other living beings. For example, Lan Xiaoni's power of water had been bestowed upon her by the Heavenly Sea God. The Heavenly Sea God was split into 2 factions. One was the radical faction that wanted to cleanse the entire continent, while the other was the moderate faction that only wanted to cleanse the human race. The moderate faction, led by the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army, was led by the Heavenly Light Goddess. Aside from her, the ocean and earth gods were also the main forces of the moderate faction. Now that one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods, the Heavenly Earth God, had appeared before everyone, how could they remain calm and collected? And Lin's confidence in joining forces with the ancient Dragon Empress instantly vanished, and he yelled at the youth in the distance, Chin Chin, let's switch opponents. Chin Chin. The youth hesitated momentarily before tossing a ball of white light toward the celestial arch. Your aptitude is no less inferior to mine, but you're just a useless piece of trash in a battle against the heavens. If you want to save everyone's lives, then use it. The celestial arch turned to the celestial arch before arriving beside Lin in a flash. The celestial arch stared blankly at the ball of light before him. What was this? Why was Chun Chin giving this to him? Even though he didn't know what this was, he could clearly sense the extremely rich, heaven-crushing intent emanating from the ball of light. It was quite clear that this ball of light was the essence of the heaven-crushing sect. No, I'm a member of the heaven-mending sect. How could I accept a gift from the heaven-crushing sect? This is clearly an extremely important item of the heaven-crushing sect. The celestial arch knew that if he accepted this item, he would be siding with the heaven-crushing sect. The enemy was trying to use a sugar-coated bullet to corrupt his mind. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake also turned toward the celestial arch, clearly curious as to what choice he would make. They knew that this was an important decision, but they wouldn't interfere. Regardless of whether it was to accept the heaven-mending sect or accept Chen Chen's heaven-crushing sect, there were pros and cons to both decisions. Chun Chen faced the paramount Heavenly Earth God with a calm expression. He didn't do anything and appeared extremely mundane, But in the eyes of all of the mighty figures present, he was like a peerless, unparalleled being. He was facing an ordinary heavenly god, but the celestial Thearcha's power, the celestial Thearcha's heavenly deity of God. At this moment, Enlil and Su Xiaolan had already charged toward the heavenly mountain god. The ancient dragon empress also rushed toward the heavenly metal god and unleashed her heavenly earth god's wrath upon the heavenly metal god of the heavenly god. However, he didn't need to use his ninth divine halo. The heavenly gods had already appeared, and even the heavenly earth god had decided to attack. All he had to do was hold off those Tao integration stage super mighty figures. With this in mind, heavenly god Jordan looked up at the celestial Darch, black spirit snake, white spirit snake, and the others with a hint of confidence in his golden eyes. The celestial Darch couldn't take it any more upon seeing this. What was that expression supposed to mean? Did he think he was some kind of bug? Black spirit snake and white spirit snake were already charging toward heavenly god Jordan. Heavenly god Jordan didn't even want to try and kill them. All he wanted was to remain undefeated. He only unleashed 6 divine halos, and he looked quite relaxed and carefree. During this short period of time, the celestial Darch thought about many things. He looked at the alluring ball of light beside him, and his extremely profound, heaven-crushing true intent erupted forth, as if it were going to tear open the heavens. I'm the second in command of the heaven-mending sect, so I'm not going to betray my own Tao. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you emerge victorious. I accepted this so that I can better understand the heaven-crushing sect, so that I can defeat them. The celestial Darch took a deep breath to calm himself down. He extended a hand. He absorbed the ball of light. Enlightenment, paramount, heaven-crushing true, intent surged into the celestial Thearcha's mind like a tidal wave. A paramount voice erupted, as if it were the rumbling of the great Tao. The lifespan of heaven and earth is infinite, but there will always be calamities. The first is the chaotic calamity, the second is the cataclysm, and the third is the realm spirit calamity. The heavenly Tao has an infinite lifespan, but it is not invincible. Anything can become the heavenly Tao and replace it. It can be a cultivator beyond the heavens. It can be a flower in the mountains. It can even be a speck of dust. The celestial Darch received an extremely vast amount of information, including his understanding of the heavenly Tao, but most of it was about how to crush the heavens and how to replace them. This was an extreme temptation. If he succeeded, he would ascend to the paramount realm. It had to be said that the celestial Darch was very tempted for a split second, and he wanted nothing more than to run over and ask Chen what the final step was. However, his resolute Tao heart allowed him to regain his clarity of mind in a very short time, and he began to carefully reflect on each and every technique related to crushing the heavens. Her Majesty Nuwa didn't stop us from attacking the southern heavenly gate, which means that the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly gods are also a major obstacle to the heaven-mending sect. Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, it's a good cat if it can catch mice. The celestial Thearcha's aura transformed from an ethereal and unfathomable aura to a paramount emperor that soared into the sky and threatened to shatter the entire heavens. I, the celestial Darch, am going to slay a god today. The celestial Darch materialized clouds and mist into a sword, and a paramount power descended upon the sword. Borrowing the power of the heavens, bam! His body broke through 100 times the speed of sound as he hurtled toward heavenly god Jordan at an extremely fast speed. Heavenly god Jordan snapped his fingers nonchalantly upon seeing the celestial Thearcha's attack, and the blue divine halo around his waist created an indestructible barrier in front of him. Whoosh! The cloud mist sword blade descended and smashed into the barrier. The blue barrier, which was imbued with the will of the heavens, began to crack open in the face of the terrifying sword strike, but it still managed to hold on. Heavenly god Jordan was just about to retreat gracefully like he had done in the past. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying, heaven-crushing true intent erupted from the sword strike. Boom! The barrier exploded. Heavenly God Jordan's pupils contracted with incredulity as he looked at the approaching cloud and mist sword strike. He was clearly not expecting the celestial darch to be able to use a heaven-crushing technique, and he was doing it so well. It was too fast. There was no time for him to evade. The sword strike fell like lightning, tearing through Heavenly God Jordan's body and sending a fountain of white blood gushing forth. The celestial Thearchus' calm expression was imbued with peerless heaven-crushing intent. Borrowing the power of the heavens, heaven-crushing Tao. Chapter 1568. Heavenly God Jordan hurtled back in retreat. How could the celestial emperor let him escape? He chased after him with the cloud mist heavenly sword in hand. Sky-piercing chains. Ah! Heaven-breaking heart-hooking sword. Ah! Sky-shattering frost chrysanthemum explosion. Ah! The celestial darch seemed to have opened his conception and governor meridians, and he unleashed a series of strange, yet extremely powerful heaven-crushing techniques to strike Heavenly God Jordan with blood-curdling cries. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were both dumbstruck. They were even beginning to suspect that the celestial darch was a spy sent by the heaven-crushing sect to infiltrate the heaven-mending sect. How could someone who had just obtained heaven-crushing true intent unleash such a powerful heaven-crushing technique? What the F***CK was that? The two Snake Spirit Clan sisters were thinking the exact same thing as Heavenly God Jordan at this moment. He refused to believe that the celestial darch was able to unleash such a terrifying technique right after attaining the heaven-crushing techniques. The celestial darch was definitely playing dumb. However, this was actually the celestial Thearchus' sudden enlightenment. It was as if he had discovered a new continent, and he unleashed the heaven-crushing true intent that he had just attained. The more he used it, the more powerful it became. There were even some core heaven-crushing true intent that resonated with some of his thoughts about studying the heavens, and he had even developed a sense of agreement with it. What was even more astonishing to the celestial darch was that his heaven-crushing true intent had fused with the power of the heavens, resulting in an even more astonishing power. This was why Heavenly God Jordan was suddenly being pummeled by the celestial darch. He didn't care that the Sky Emperor was letting himself go at the side. On the Heavenly Mountain God battlefield, Enlil and Su Xiaolan fought side by side. They'd received Raphael's treatment and the Tao insight bestowed upon them after Raphael's death, causing their injuries and strength to recover greatly, and they had the confidence to battle once more. Evil Sword Technique, Final Form, Eternal Night. A dark divine tool domain proliferated forth, dragging the Heavenly Mountain God into a special space. Enlil raised his evil-slaying sword high into the air before slashing downward. The sword intent, imbued with the intent of termination, swept toward the Heavenly Mountain God as invisible ripples. The Heavenly Mountain God's feet didn't move as it launched an almighty fist. Bang! The boundless power of the mountain range crushed the eternal night sword intent, as well as the evil-slaying sword's divine tool domain. At this moment, the air suddenly became extremely hot. The Heavenly Mountain God abruptly turned around as the dragon sparrow sword rang from behind it. Su Xiaolan unleashed her true dragon and vermilion bird mystic technique again, and her aura soared explosively as holy flames revolved around her sword blade as she slashed it toward the Heavenly Mountain God's body. The Heavenly Mountain God's movements weren't actually all that fast. In fact, it couldn't even keep up with Su Xiaolan's sword speed. The dragon sparrow sword crashed viciously into the Heavenly Mountain God's chest, and heaven-crushing true intent pierced through the clouds, as if a true dragon were roaring and a vermilion bird were soaring into the heavens. This was already an extremely advanced heaven-crushing technique. However, a sharp screeching sound erupted upon striking the Heavenly Mountain God's body. that extremely frightening might and sharp edge merely tore an extremely tiny crack on the tough skin with distinct lines. It was as though another line had been carved on the skin, and it was completely harmless. So hard! That was Su Xiaolan's first thought. At this moment, a sandbag-sized fist was already descending upon her. The fist expanded relentlessly in her eyes. In that instant, Su Xiaolan felt as if she could see a gargantuan mountain that struck despair into her heart, crashing down upon her. She was going to be crushed into mincemeat in the next second. This was an illusion created by her opponent's extremely powerful true intent. An azure dragon suddenly appeared before revolving around Su Xiaolan's body to form an indestructible, true dragon wall. Su Xiaolan had undergone the only dual Tao integration stage on the Taichu continent, with the Tao of the true dragon focusing on defense and the Tao of the vermilion bird focusing on offense. Bam! An overwhelming power imbued with the paramount power of laws that could crush all things swept toward her. If it weren't for the fact that Su Xiaolan's true dragon wall was imbued with extremely powerful heaven-crushing true intent, her defenses would have been instantly broken, and her body would have been pulverized by the fist. A massive explosion erupted throughout heaven and earth. The azure dragon let loose an anguished wail as its body began to shatter. Su Xiaolan felt a burst of power pierce through the true dragon wall before striking her body. She threw up a mouthful of blood as her body tumbled into the distance. Even though she had made ample preparations, she was still unable to completely defend herself against the heavenly mountain god's attack. At this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted. The heavenly mountain god's expression finally shifted drastically. It didn't even have a chance to do anything before its head was struck by an extremely terrifying burst of energy. Its tough skin instantly cracked open, as if it had been sliced into tens of thousands of pieces. And Lin held his evil-slaying sword and panted heavily as he looked up at the heavenly mountain god. He had just unleashed one of the evil-slaying sword's most powerful killing techniques, vanquish the heavens and slay all evil annihilation. The heavenly mountain god was the first being that he was unable to use his annihilation technique to make any part of its body disappear. It was indeed very hard. "What spell technique is this?" A hoarse yet powerful voice sounded. A dazzling divine light erupted from the earthy divine halo above the heavenly mountain god's head, and its shattered face was restored to its chiseled head. And Lin positioned his sword before him as he spoke in a cold voice. "This is the dog-beating sword technique." Everyone instantly fell silent. The heavenly mountain god took a deep breath and continued to stand on the spot in a calm and collected manner. Only now did Lin realize that the heavenly mountain god hadn't moved an inch since the beginning of the battle. Was it as immovable as a mountain? Was it flexing on purpose? Or was it really unable to move? Or would there be negative repercussions if it did move? Countless speculations suddenly appeared in his mind as he thought of countless countermeasures. At this moment, the heavenly mountain god took a couple of steps forward and crossed its arms. "Very good. You have what it takes for me to take you seriously. I'm going to kill you before the heavenly earth god takes care of Chin Chin." And Lin. All right, so all of his previous countermeasures had been F** King Bulsh *T. A series of resounding booms suddenly erupted in the sky. The stars and moon in the sky suddenly disappeared, and a vast expanse of darkness descended upon the world. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of pressure suddenly enveloped Lin and Su Xiaolan. This was a sense of powerlessness and insignificance in the face of an unimaginably gargantuan being. The reason why the sky above had turned dark was because there was a mountain with no end in sight. It covered the entire sky and was rapidly falling from the firmament. Within Lin's current power, he could slice a divine mountain over 100,000 feet in half with a single sword strike. However, he was struck by a sense of despair in the face of this boundless mountain. Was this a F** King mountain? This heavenly god had most likely just tossed an entire continent into the sky. The heavenly mountain god spread its palms open, and an unprecedented earthy divine light erupted from the divine halo above its head as it activated its power of the heavenly gods to the maximal extent. Heavenly God Technique. The Fall of Mount Bujo. Chapter 1569. This was an indescribable mountain. Beyond the Northwest Sea, in a corner of the great wilderness, there was a mountain known as Mount Bujo. It only existed in legends, and no one had ever seen its true appearance. However, as soon as it appeared, all living beings in this world would feel boundless reverence in their hearts, and they would naturally recognize its name. The master of all divine mountains, Mount Bujo. The reason why Mount Bujo was called Bujo was that it was incomplete and flawed. However, no one knew exactly where the flaw was. There were countless mountains in this world, but no one could say that they were incomplete. However, Mount Bujo made all living beings feel that it was incomplete the instant they laid eyes on it. It was as if it were defining what was complete and what was incomplete. It was not only a mountain, but it was also the Tao. Are you kidding me? The heavenly mountain god dynasty lost Mount Bujo to me? And Lin was a little dumbstruck. For the first time, he was struck by a sense of despair. This mountain was simply too massive, so massive that he didn't even know how to deal with it. Immortal mountains and divine mountains were as insignificant as ants in the face of Mount Bujo. And Lin even had a feeling that if Mount Bujo were to fall, the entire continent would be reduced to rubble. And Lin, calm down. All of this is fake. If the heavenly mountain god really could move Mount Bujo here, the entire kingdom of the 9 states would have been destroyed by it a long time ago. Su Xiaolan yelled. Her words instantly brought Enlin back to his senses. If the heavenly mountain god really was that bad asterisk us, why would it wait until now to strike? It's fake, it has to be fake. Even though its aura was super terrifying and realistic, and even the cells in his body were trembling instinctively in fear, it couldn't be real. And Lin consoled himself over and over again, and his fighting spirit was instantly reinvigorated. He stomped his foot into the ground, and his body rose into the sky as he flew toward the boundless, gargantuan Mount Bujo. Seeing as it's not the real Mount Bujo, what do I have to fear? And Lin repressed the fear in his heart as a wind divine halo appeared above his head, upon which his aura was boundlessly majestic, as if he were a wind paragon descending upon this world. Extreme wind, sky blade. Streams of wind revolved around the evil-slaying sword as it unleashed its heavenly wind power to the extreme. The wind blew for 300 li, transforming into a heaven-splitting blade. White light instantly illuminated the entire mountain. The boundless sharpness contained the absolute will of the laws, slicing through everything. Hua! As expected, the heavenly blade slashed into the bottom of Mount Bujo and went all the way up to the sky, cutting the boundless Mount Bujo into 2 very quickly, like a line in the sky. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that the illusion had been broken. Then, in the next moment, he was horrified to find that Mount Bujo was really cut in half when he said that it was cut in half. Only a small crack was cut in the middle of the mountain by the heavenly blade, and it spread to the top of the mountain. Then, it continued to fall with great power. What the F asterisk CK? And Lin's eyes widened. He couldn't find words to describe his current F asterisk ket-up feelings. Rumble. At this moment, Mount Bujo had already smashed into Enlin. It was as if the terrifying power was trying to completely pulverize his body. This was true power, boundless weight, and boundless power of mountains. It was 100 times more terrifying than the 5-finger mountain that had sealed the great sage, heaven's equal. And Lin didn't even have a chance to react before he was smashed into the ground by Mount Bujo, as if it were trying to crush him into mincemeat and dust. And Lin! Su Xiaolan let loose a cry of surprise as she flew toward Enlin without any hesitation. At the same time, she unleashed her true dragon wall to envelop Enlin and herself. The true dragon divine Tao, which had fused with its heaven-crushing true intent, crashed toward Mount Buzhou like a divine dragon. However, Mount Buzhou didn't slow down in the slightest, and it continued to fall with boundless power. And Lin finally had a chance to catch his breath as Su Xiaolan unleashed her true dragon wall to protect him. He immediately unleashed his wind of absolute power and evading turtle technique to envelop the two of them. True dragon wall, evading turtle technique, and wind of absolute power. 3 top-of-the-line protective spell techniques enshrouded the two of them. The two of them were still quite unsure of what to do, and they hugged each other for warmth as they screamed at the top of their lungs. Then Mount Buzhou crashed into the ground in a merciless and ferocious manner. Boom! The mountain crashed, and the earth tremored violently. Heaven and earth crumbled. The boundless earth caved in for over 1,000 kilometers under the weight of the mountain. The shock wave of energy swept through the air, annihilating everything around it. The celestial arch, heavenly god Jordan, and the ancient dragon empress were all knocked back a certain distance by the shock wave. Xianyuan Cheng and the others, who were spectating from afar, were also knocked flying for tens of thousands of meters. Master's wife. Yi Ling's features paled as she looked up at the gargantuan mountain before her. Holy F***CK. Is this Mount Buzhou real? It can really smash people? Xianyuan Cheng was a little dumbstruck. Of course it's fake. The mountain is indeed very tall and massive, but it's not as boundless and majestic as it appears to us. Countless streams of information flashed through Bai Ling's eyes as she said in a calm voice. However, the power of Mount Buzhou is real. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath when they heard this. This proved that Lin and Su Xiaolan really had been smashed by Mount Buzhou. Even though the celestial arch was battling heavenly god Jordan, he couldn't help but look up at the gargantuan mountain and the crater in the ground. The heavenly mountain god was quite a vicious character. It appeared to be very honest, but when it came to battle it really was quite ruthless. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had already been smashed to the very bottom of the mountain. There were countless divine symbols and inky black patterns carved into the mountain, creating an invincible sealing formation that would most likely be able to seal even the most powerful god fiends. The heavenly mountain god panted heavily, and its divine halo had also dimmed significantly. It had clearly expended a lot of its energy to unleash this attack. It didn't actually look down on Lin as it did on its face. On the contrary, in its eyes, Lin was one of the top 3 most dangerous mighty figures present. It was exactly because of this that it took this opportunity to unleash its most powerful attack from the get-go. All of this was done in order to take care of this dangerous man as quickly as possible. The heavenly mountain god looked up at the gargantuan divine mountain before it and nodded with satisfaction. The Mount Buzhou that I summoned is indeed not the real Mount Buzhou, but it is a projection of Mount Buzhou's power. In other words, this Mount Buzhou is a miniature version of Mount Buzhou, which is more than enough to smash you two. The heavenly mountain god nodded with satisfaction before turning its attention to the other battles taking place on the other battlefields. Heavenly metal god, heavenly god Jordan, heavenly earth god, which side was it going to help next? Chapter 1570. On the heavenly earth god's battlefield. No one dared to approach him. Only a handsome youth in linen garments was calmly appraising this paramount heavenly god being with his clear eyes. This was the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, Qin Qin. He was one of the most hated and feared beings of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly earth god was also appraising this legendary figure and was in no hurry to attack. The two of them seemed to be locked in a peaceful standoff. Outside the battlefield, Chun Chen and the heavenly earth god haven't begun their battle yet. Yao Mingxi asked. Sun Yuluo crossed his arms over his sword with a thoughtful expression. Perhaps they've already begun their battle. Su Qianyun's dreamy blue eyes widened as she blinked. Wow, I can't even see their battle. Could this be a battle between powerful beings? That's right, a battle between powerful beings could very well have already begun. Our cultivation bases aren't high enough, so we can't tell. The Fist Sage chimed in. Dubai was shocked. Is this the world of powerful beings? Woof. No, they're just spouting nonsense, Bai Ling concluded mercilessly. Is no one concerned about Giant and Lin? Tina was a little concerned. Don't worry if classmate and Lin is crushed to death. There's no way Chen Chen would be so calm. Xian Yuan Cheng was very familiar with this kind of thing. Chun Chen's evaluation of Enlin had clearly surpassed everyone else's. If Enlin was crushed to death right in front of him, he would definitely be enraged. Is Master going to be flattened? Merlin stared at Mount Bujo with his eyes fixed on it. Will I accidentally bleed? Cassidy licked the corner of her lips with a mesmerized expression. Everyone automatically ignored these two nut jobs. Merlin was holding a piece of dirt that was stained with blood, and he was munching on it with relish. Meanwhile, Cassidy carefully extracted the blood from the dirt before licking the blood with her little tongue and swallowing it as she moaned in a seductive manner. This blood was all the blood that fell from Enlin's body during the battle. When they were eating melons and had nothing to do, they would secretly help clean up the battlefield, collect Enlin's blood, and then slowly taste it. Although the blood wasn't fresh enough, it was still a supreme delicacy. My Tao of Blood massacre has reached a bottleneck, and the threshold to Tao integration is right in front of me. I'll have a chance to Tao integration if I can comprehend something new. Cassidy's eyes flickered with excitement. The same goes for my blood soul Tao. The sacred ancestor will be our guiding light. Merlin stared up at Mount Bujo with a scorching expression, as if he could see the mesmerizing sight of the man at the foot of Mount Bujo. Chun Chin and the heavenly earth god were still locked in a stalemate. The heavenly mountain god chose not to disturb them and turned its attention elsewhere. The battle between the heavenly metal god and the ancient dragon empress had already reached a climax. The inky black woman summoned countless pieces of chaotic immortal metal, which were unleashed upon the ancient dragon empress from all angles, like a torrential storm of pear blossoms. Chaotic immortal metal was known as the sharpest metal in the universe, and it could be forged into an extremely rare immortal tool that could slice through the divine Tao with ease. Now, metals of this caliber were flying toward the ancient dragon empress as if they were free. Even the super tycoons of the cultivation world would be struck with a sense of foreboding. The ancient dragon empress body leaped through the air as she evaded the countless streaks of golden light. Her hands were enshrouded in her paramount, evil, dragon divine Tao, and she swatted away any chaotic immortal metal that she couldn't evade. The chaotic immortal metal was simply far too powerful. Even though she swatted away all of the chaotic immortal metal blades, there were still times when she missed, and a series of wounds of varying depths appeared on her hands. The heavenly metal god chortled with glee upon seeing this before tossing a few hundred durian-shaped, chaotic, immortal metal blades toward the ancient dragon empress. Let's see how you defend yourself. The ancient dragon empress flesh instantly crawled the sight of the 360 degrees chaotic, immortal metal durians. She took a deep breath before clenching her fist toward the heavenly metal god before unleashing an almighty punch. Fist of the heavenly Tao. Bam! The golden fist projection threatened to pulverize the very heavens. Space crumbled, and everything was reduced to dust. Extremely terrifying heaven-crushing energy swept forth, annihilating everything it came into contact with. Several hundred durian-shaped chaotic immortal metal blades were knocked flying, and some of them were even cracked open by the terrifying fist projection. The heavenly metal god's expression shifted drastically as she materialized an inky black metal barrier in front of her. The metal seemed to have a life of its own as its surface glowed with a faint sheen, and it seemed to be squirming. Super Cyclone Titanium Alloy. This is the most durable and defensive metal. It can defend against anything. The heavenly metal god chortled with glee. At this moment, the golden fist projection crashed down, Boom! The heavenly Tao's fist crashed into the inky black barrier, and an indescribable force left a massive dent in the barrier. The squirming black metal hissed and hissed as if it were wailing with anguish. The shock waves from his fist even passed through the heavenly metal god, annihilating the earth and crashing into Mount Buzhou behind him. Even the gargantuan mountain tremored violently, and a fist indentation of unfathomable depth appeared on its surface. The ancient dragon empress slowly withdrew her fist. It can defend against anything. The heavenly metal god's body trembled as she looked at the ancient dragon empress. Her sexy, inky black body had been hammered into a bumpy shape, and there was a massive fist indentation on her body. That's right. A portion of the heavenly Tao's fist projection had pierced through the super cyclone titanium alloy and struck her body. Huff, huff, huff. The heavenly metal god's breathing became heavy. Her body trembled violently as she tried to revert to her original form. This was how a metal body with no elasticity was. It was very hard to recover from. Thankfully, her body was made up of extremely durable metal, and aside from being slightly deformed and damaged by the heavenly Tao's fist projection, there were no other negative effects. The ancient dragon empress was not going to wait for her to recover, and she immediately launched another attack. Her body hurtled through the air like a shooting star toward the heavenly metal god. Obedient ghost alloy. The heavenly metal god was enraged, and she gripped a twisted crimson long sword in her hand before slashing it toward the ancient dragon empress. This is the alloy with the most powerful curses in this world. Anyone who is wounded by this alloy will be afflicted with bad luck. In the worst-case scenario, their Tao foundation will crumble, and they might even be reduced to a puddle of blood. Even if you can withstand a portion of its power, you'll still be afflicted with an extremely vicious curse. The heavenly metal god spoke with a ferocious expression as if she were showing off her collection as she swung the obedient ghost alloy toward the ancient dragon empress. The vermilion bird princess felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this, and she looked down at her waist with a hint of fear in her eyes. There was a gash on her slender waist, which was a wound inflicted by the heavenly metal god while carrying Enlin and Su Xiaolan on her back. The heavenly metal god seemed to have used this obedient ghost alloy to wound her. Chapter 1571. The vermilion bird princess was panicking, and she hurriedly inspected her wound again. She discovered that there really was a peculiar power spreading from her wound to her entire body. She wanted to use her power of the divine Tao to cleanse this power, but she found that she was completely unable to do anything about it. It's over. I've been cursed. The vermilion bird princess was on the verge of tears. At this moment, the ancient dragon empress pummeled the heavenly metal god a few more times. The heavenly metal god's face was flattened again, and her voluptuous breasts also began to bulge before sinking into her body. The heavenly metal god also used her obedient ghost alloy to wound the ancient dragon empress arm before chortling with glee. The ancient dragon empress expression remained unchanged as she continued to hammer the heavenly metal god. The vermilion bird princess heaved an internal sigh of relief upon seeing the ancient dragon empress' nonchalant expression. Seeing as the fourth heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect was completely unfazed by this curse, she most likely had a way to deal with it. After the battle, she could just ask the ancient dragon empress for help. If she knew that the ancient dragon empress was only so calm because she wasn't afraid of death, who knew what her expression would be like? After taking care of Enlin and Su Xiaolan, the heavenly mountain god felt like the heavenly metal god didn't need any help. It turned its attention to heavenly god Jordan. Heavenly god Jordan looked like he was on the brink of death. The main reason was that the celestial arch was simply too ferocious. He had unleashed one heaven-crushing technique after another, and even though he had only just learned these techniques, his mastery of them was far superior to the vast majority of Tao integration stage super mighty figures. It looked like the saying that aptitude was the most important factor in the cultivation of heaven-crushing techniques was definitely true. The heaven-mending sect super mighty figure had instantly become the heaven-crushing sect super mighty figure. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were completely convinced by this. They were initially a little displeased by Nuwa's decision to give the position of second-in-command to an outsider instead of them. However, now that the Celestial Darch had instantly mastered the heaven-crushing techniques and created a new one on the spot, they realized that Nuwa had made the right decision. The Celestial Darch had terrifying aptitude. Mending the heavens and crushing the heavens both required an extremely deep understanding of the Tao of heaven. The Celestial Darch was already so exceptional, so how could he be inferior to the heaven-mending sect? Perhaps in the future, when the heaven-mending sect officially stepped onto the stage of history, the name of the Celestial Darch would once again resound throughout the entire continent. Boom, 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 on the ground below, a series of earth-shattering spell techniques were unleashed one after another. The void exploded, and the world changed color. The celestial Thearka's white imperial robe fluttered in the wind as he chased after the heavenly god. 8 divine rings, karmic curse. Jordan roared. He had finally been forced to use all 8 of his divine halos by the Celestial Darch alone. He crossed his hands, and countless blood-colored butterflies appeared in the air. The butterflies' radiance rippled like a dream as it pounced towards the incoming man. Ding-ling-ling, poochie, poochie. Sounds rang out one after another, connecting the past, present, and future. Every butterfly was intertwined with karma and contained an extremely strange power. Sky-shattering roar. The celestial Thearka's mouth fell open. Roar! Rumble. The massive sky-shattering sound wave shattered all of the karmic butterflies. Heavenly God Jordan stared at the celestial Darch with a dumbstruck expression. What the hell? Is the celestial Darch serious? Black Spirit Snake's expression darkened. I have to say it really does work. White Spirit Snake covered her mouth with a faint smile. The 2 spectating sisters stood off to the side to admire the celestial Thearka's self-indulgence. It had to be said that the celestial Thearka's self-indulgence was a little unsettling, but it was also quite adorable for some reason. The celestial Darch himself was also in high spirits, and he unleashed one extremely profound heaven-crushing technique after another toward heavenly God Jordan. At this moment, he displayed his accumulated strength to the fullest. He even began to wonder why he would play such a boring and uninteresting technical job like mending the sky. It was so fun, so exciting, so nerve-wracking. At this moment, an enormous aura suddenly approached from the distance. This was a paramount aura that was boundless, and all living beings couldn't help but look up at it. Jordan, let me help you. The heavenly mountain god let loose an enraged roar before joining the battle. Boom! The celestial Thearka's fist crashed into the celestial Thearka's heaven-crushing power with unstoppable force, and terrifying shockwaves erupted for several hundred kilometers. The celestial Thearka's unstoppable power was thwarted for the first time, and he was knocked back a few steps. The heavenly mountain god was also knocked flying with astonishment etched on its face. It could sense extremely terrifying, heaven-crushing true intent from the celestial Thearka's spell techniques. Even though the heavenly mountain god had expended a lot of energy to deal with Enlin and Su Xiaolan, it still had plenty of energy to spare, so it should have no problem dealing with super mighty figures like the celestial Darch. However, it was struck by a sense of urgency for the first time. The celestial Darch was not annoyed or nervous to see the heavenly mountain god intervene. Instead, he became even more excited. Heavenly mountain god, eat this. Heaven-crushing, mountain-crushing claw. He formed a claw with his hand, and 2 dazzling golden Darch seals appeared on his palm and the back of his hand. The power of the firmament descended and attached to the claw, forming yin and yang. At the same time, a domineering intent that seemed to say that he was the only one in the world and that even the heavens could not do anything to him spread out. The heavenly mountain god's claw was shimmering with golden light. Not only had it borrowed the power of the heavens, but it was also imbued with extremely powerful heaven-crushing, true intent. What a heaven-crushing, mountain-crushing claw! The heavenly mountain god burst into laughter. It was furious at the Sky Emperor's attitude. He had borrowed the power of the heavens in front of the heavens, and then transformed the power of the heavens into the power to destroy the heavens. This was a blatant provocation. It was as if someone borrowed money from you right in front of you and hired someone to kill you. This kind of scalp-numbing thing. There was actually someone who could do it. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? The heavenly mountain god's eyes widened with rage, and it completely ignored the celestial Thearka's attack. Instead, it clenched its fist and launched a fist directly toward the celestial Thearka's chest. The celestial Thearka's heart jolted with shock. A fist for a claw? The celestial Darch was only surprised for a split second before becoming even more excited, and his heaven-crushing, mountain-crushing claw crashed down toward the heavenly mountain god at an even faster speed. The heaven-crushing, mountain-crushing claw glowed with a golden light, and it tore through the heavenly mountain god's power barrier with extremely terrifying sharpness and profound, heaven-crushing mountain true intent before stabbing into its chest, upon which it quickly slid down and sliced open its extremely sturdy chest. At the same time, the heavenly mountain god's fist had already completely fallen. A mountainous might instantly shattered the celestial Thearka's protective immortal energy and pulverized his body, upon which he threw up a mouthful of blood and flew back like a cannonball. Both sides exchanged blows, and it could be said that both sides were injured. At this moment, heavenly god Jordan took advantage of this opportunity, and the red divine halo around his heart glowed with scintillating light as a crimson carmeline stabbed toward the celestial Darch. The celestial Darch had just been severely wounded, so he was completely unable to evade this sneak attack. Chapter 1572. The celestial emperor saw the red karma thread piercing towards him at the speed of lightning. He heaved an internal sigh. He had gotten too carried away and forgotten about heavenly god Jordan. Heavenly god Jordan was not some weakling. If he unleashed all of his power, his combat prowess would be comparable to that of a god of creation stage being. At this moment, the karma spell techniques that he had unleashed with his 8 divine halos were on par with those of a god of creation. In such a wounded state, the celestial Darch simply couldn't find a way to evade. However, when the red light flashed, a white shadow descended from the sky, wielding the yin and yang dual blades, cutting yin and yang and severing karma. The red karmic thread was cleanly severed by the sword ray. The white-robed woman's hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were as sharp as swords as she stared at heavenly god Jordan with an intimidating aura. Interfering in someone else's battle is not a good habit. At this moment, a woman in a black dress descended upon heavenly god Jordan with a massive sword in her hand. Heaven-splitting, great, treasured sword. Rumble. A golden sword projection pierced through heaven and earth, sending heavenly god Jordan flying for several kilometers. The celestial Darch heaved a sigh of relief before charging toward the heavenly mountain god again. The heavenly mountain god chortled with glee as the massive gash on its chest began to quickly heal. Celestial Darch, my body is like an eternal mountain that can last for countless years. My life force is beyond your imagination. Your attack doesn't even hurt me. If we were to exchange blows, the one who would die would definitely be you. The celestial Thearka's battle intent surged as he formed a claw with one hand, and 2 dazzling golden imperial seals appeared on his palm and the back of his hand. The power of the heavens descended onto the claw, and at the same time a domineering true intent that even the heavens couldn't do anything to spread out. The heavenly mountain god's eyelids twitched. Again. Ha ha ha. If you're a man, then your fists will hit the target. The celestial Darch let out a hearty laugh as his aura soared into the heavens, and he launched another fearless attack. Heaven-crushing, mountain-splitting claw. All of your punches connected. The heavenly mountain god's eyes widened. You're clearly using your claws." As he finished speaking, he also launched a fist toward the celestial arch. The power of the heavenly Tao was unleashed to the extreme, and the power of absolute weight and kinetic energy transformed into a power that could crush everything in its path. Bang! It was as if an ancient bell was ringing, and the sound echoed throughout the continent. The celestial arch was crushed by an unimaginable force, and his meridians were almost torn apart. But at this time, the celestial Thearka's heaven-crushing mountain, splitting claw, had also completely fallen. The sharp, golden claws punctured the heavenly mountain god's indestructible body before tearing viciously at it. Rip! The earth-yellow, veined body was torn apart by the 5 claws. Ah! The heavenly mountain god's blood-curdling wail also erupted at this moment. How could it not hurt or itch? Heaven-crushing techniques were meant to destroy the essence of the heavenly Tao. As a representative of the heavenly Tao, there was no way that the heavenly mountain god could remain unscathed in the face of the celestial Thearka's heaven-crushing technique. The heavenly mountain god was only putting on an act when it said that it wouldn't hurt at all. If he didn't cry out in pain, it meant that he wasn't strong enough. The celestial arch was blasted flying again as blood gushed from his mouth. But a joyful smile appeared on his face at the sight of the heavenly mountain god's blood-curdling cries. It turned out that even the heavens could cry out in pain. This was the first time he had fought the heavens to his heart's content, and it didn't feel too bad. The celestial arch was starting to understand why so many people loved the heaven-crushing sect. When they learned that the heavens could be defeated, why didn't they challenge them? This kind of magnificent and unrestrained life was the best aphrodisiac for every super strong person. Throughout history, countless people had talked about heaven-crushing and defying the heavens, but not many had actually put it into practice. Most of them were just idiots with delusions of grandeur. However, when the heaven-crushing sect appeared in this world and redefined heaven-crushing, the heaven-crushing undertaking that defied the heavens began to become the most legendary undertaking on the continent. Even though many of the powers that supported the destruction of the human race didn't want to admit it, the reality was that the heaven-crushing sect had already become the #1 power on the entire Tai Chu continent. The celestial arch had always looked down on the heaven-crushing sect. He felt like they were a bunch of boorish idiots who were going to drive the human race and even the entire world into a corner sooner or later. However, he was beginning to understand the heaven-crushing sect a little now. The heavens were right there, which Cultivator didn't want to challenge the peerless great Tao. How's that? The celestial arch swallowed an immortal pill before pouncing toward the heavenly mountain god with glee. You're a lunatic. The heavenly mountain god's torn body quickly healed, and it also charged toward the celestial arch as it unleashed its most essential power of mountains. At this moment, the earthy divine halo above its head had already dimmed slightly. The clash between the two unleashed an earth-shattering disaster. There were no living beings left within a radius of 150 kilometers. At this moment, over 500 kilometers away from the battlefield, Sun Yulua stared at the tall and slender beauty before him with a trembling voice. "Pavilion Lord Bai, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to attract hatred?" Bai Ling pulled out a gargantuan cannon in front of him. The cannon covered an area with a radius of over a kilometer, and the cannon had a diameter of over 1,000 feet. It was constructed from a silvery white metal with countless complex spell formations carved into its body. Not only that, but there were also all types of machinery operating at high speed on the cannon that he couldn't understand. The only thing that everyone could understand was that there was an increasingly terrifying amount of energy accumulating in the cannon's mouth. Everyone stared at Bai Ling with fear in their eyes. Bai Ling replied with a calm expression, "I'm not trying to attract hatred. I'm trying to save our beloved sect leader." A hint of a smile appeared on the woman's face. "Our beloved sect leader is far too useless, and he's trapped under a mountain. As an exceptional sect member, shouldn't we do something?" Everyone's expression shifted again upon hearing this. Save classmate and Lin? He's trapped under such a massive mountain. Can he do it? Su Qianyun's eyes widened with a hint of uncertainty. Blast the mountain with a cannon. Merlin's lips twitched. Bai Ling looked up at the seemingly boundless mountain that extended into the clouds and nodded. We have to use the most violent method to deal with such a colossus. Seeing as we don't have the ability to move the mountain, then we'll just have to blow it up. Gasp. All of the extermination team members drew a sharp intake of breath in unison. Just how terrifyingly powerful would the cannon have to be to raise such a massive mountain to the ground? What if the cannon is too powerful and kills Master? Xiao Hong asked in her sweet voice. She didn't doubt the power of Bai Ling's cannon. Instead, she was a little concerned that the cannon would be too powerful. Well, Bai Ling blinked as if she really hadn't thought of this problem. His skin is so thick, so my cannon won't be able to do anything to him. Don't worry. A reassuring smile appeared on the beautiful woman's face. Everyone became even more concerned upon seeing Bai Ling's smile. Bai Ling clapped her hands with a wide smile on her face. All right, get away from me. My heaven-crushing cannon version 2.0 is about to be fired. Chapter 1573. The sun gradually sank below the horizon and night fell. The 2 moons hung high in the sky, and countless stars shone dazzlingly. The night was particularly clear and bright. Next to the projection of Mount Buzhou, a petite figure was sneaking toward it. It's so big! An expression of astonishment appeared on her flawless little face as she spoke with a trembling voice. From afar, it already appeared to be very big. Now that she had snuck closer, she discovered that there were mountains everywhere. The sky was a mountain, the earth was a mountain. Everything before her eyes was a mountain. It was so big that it struck despair into her heart. The young woman raised a slender foot and kicked the mountain with her red high heels. Bam, bam, bam. Holy F***, it's still so hard? There seems to be a power of laws imbued on the mountain as well. This is going to be troublesome. The young woman took a deep breath with a troubled expression. Why is it so difficult to save that B***starred in Lin? The young woman before her was none other than the 9-colored divine vermilion bird. She didn't want to get involved in a battle between heavenly gods, but she couldn't bear to see Lin get buried alive either. Out of a sense of responsibility as a friend, she decided to save Lin during the chaos. However, she was a little dumbstruck upon arriving before the projection of Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou was simply too tall, too big, and too hard. It would be impossible to move this entire mountain away. The vermilion bird princess blinked, and her eyes suddenly lit up as she murmured to herself, I can't move the entire Mount Buzhou, but I can move it bit by bit. The heavenly mountain god's power of the heavenly gods can only be applied to the entire mountain. It can't encompass every single part of the mountain. All I have to do is slowly move it away and slowly erode it, and one day she thought back to the story of Jingwei filling the sea and the foolish old man moving the mountain. The more she thought about it, the more she was moved by herself. Shameless and I don't know where you got your luck from, but I'm willing to do this for you. The vermilion bird princess pursed her lips before turning her eyes back to the projection of Mount Buzhou. This was the most regal and beautiful mythological beast of the southern heavenly winged nation. She unleashed a top-tier earth fusion technique to slowly fuse the mountain before her into the ground behind her. The vermilion bird princess was much more powerful than the foolish old man. Every time she cast a spell, she could melt a mountain weighing over 100 million tons into the earth. The casting interval was only 10 seconds. Rogan, I believe it won't be long before I can save you from your predicament. The vermilion bird princess could already envision her becoming Lin's savior again. And Lin would bow down and worship her and even want to repay her with his body. Just thinking about it made her a little excited. just when she was persistently moving Mount Bujo. In the distance, boundless light suddenly erupted. The firelight was particularly dazzling in the dark night. The earth trembled as an incomparably terrifying energy rapidly approached, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. The vermilion bird princess raised her head and could only see boundless golden light blanketing heaven and earth on the other side of the mountain before crashing heavily into the mountain with destructive power. Holy F asterisk CK. Rumble. The golden cannon fire instantly engulfed everything within 1,000 miles. The cannon fire was imbued with extremely pure and explosive heaven-crushing energy, which tore through the thick armor of Mount Bujo and pulverized the gargantuan mountain. The vermilion bird princess experienced what it felt like to truly destroy heaven and earth. This type of energy had already exceeded her imagination as a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Without a doubt, this was a world-destroying cannon. Ah! She suddenly let loose a sharp cry as her body was also engulfed by the boundless flames. She was obviously standing on the other side of Mount Bujo, where the cannons were firing. The energy from the cannon explosion was like a constantly expanding golden sun, engulfing Mount Bujo in the blink of an eye before rising into the air with countless tons of soil and rock before being pulverized and melted. This cannon blast also gave all of the powerful beings on the battlefield a fright. The heavenly metal god stared at the explosion with shock and bewilderment in her heart. If she didn't take evasive measures, she would most likely be crippled. Even if she didn't die, the heavenly mountain god was even more astonished. How could this be? My Mount Bujo is imbued with an enormous amount of my power of the heavenly gods. How could someone else be able to destroy the protection I've set up? The celestial Dharch chortled with glee. How could this be? My Mount Bujo is imbued with my power of the heavenly gods. How could someone else be able to destroy the protection I've set up? The heavenly mountain god's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. Is the celestial Dharch taking advantage of every opportunity to mock me? The celestial Dharch was like an indestructible god as he continued to pounce toward the heavenly mountain god. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Chun Chin and the heavenly earth god were still locked in a standoff. Even though neither of them had engaged in battle, no one dared to approach within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers. The light from the explosion lit up the night sky in an extremely dazzling display. The heavenly earth god's body glowed with dazzling light under the light of the flames, as if he were a piece of amber. Even in the face of such an earth-shattering explosion, his expression was still completely unchanged. His expression remained unchanged even in the face of such an earth-shattering explosion. Perhaps there weren't many things in this world that could stir his emotions. As one of the 6 paramount heavenly gods of heaven and earth, he was clearly no longer on the same level as before. Chun Chen stared intently at him before a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I can't kill you. The heavenly earth god nodded. I can't kill you either. Even though you are as lowly as a speck of dust, there is a universe within that speck of dust. Chen Chun was not surprised that the heavenly earth god could see through him, and he continued in an unhurried manner. You and I are evenly matched, so your heavenly gods are going to die, so I've won this battle. The heavenly earth god splayed open his hands. Is that so? I don't think so. The two of them continued to stare at one another as they spoke, in a battle between powerful beings. One had to rely on one's aura and words. Beside the heaven-crushing cannon too. 0! All of the extermination team members unleashed enchantment barriers to keep the shockwaves from the cannon blast at bay. It's over. The cannon is so powerful. Giant and Lin is going to die. Tina's features paled as she stared at the devastating power before her. She had used the curse of a goddess on Enlin. Ahem. Bai Ling coughed lightly, and the light from the explosion made her face appear even more radiant, concealing her awkwardness very well. Don't worry, Enlin is blessed by the heavens, so he'll be fine. San Yilua's lips twitched. That's not what you said before. Yao Mingxi was astonished. So by Ling's description of Lin's skin being so thick that the cannon couldn't even penetrate it has now become that Lin is going to be blessed by the heavens. What happened in between? It's terrifying to think about it. Xiao Hong spoke in her sweet voice. Poor holy leader. Cassidy couldn't help but burst into tears. He's fine. Can't you see? Chen Qin still hasn't reacted much, which means that classmate Lin is still safe. Xianyuan Cheng tried to console everyone again. Bai Ling turned to Xianyuan Cheng with approval in her eyes. Everyone. So Chen Chen's expression had become an indicator of Lin's survival? What if he had facial paralysis? Chapter 1574. Xianyuan Cheng's words did not provide any consolation. Everyone turned toward Mount Buzhou with nervous expressions on their faces. At this moment, the destructive power unleashed by the cannon had already gradually dissipated. The gargantuan mountain had been blasted into smithereens by the cannon. All of the rocks within a radius of over 500 kilometers had become extremely red, and scorching temperatures warped the air as a series of terrifyingly hot streams of lava converged to form a river that flowed outward in all directions. A lot of violent energy was still wreaking havoc on the spot, and everything around it was as if it were a land of death. Dubai swallowed involuntarily. Is Big Brother and still alive? Woof! I think I heard a mournful wail just now. Tina's sharp ears pricked up. Xiao Hong nodded. The cry was filled with rage and indignation, as if a beautiful dream had been shattered by the cruel reality, and it was filled with boundless grief and indignation. Su Qianyun extended her slender hands and applauded. Well said. Everyone's hearts ached for their sect leader upon hearing Xiao Hong's voice analysis. No, that anguished cry didn't come from Lin, Bai Ling said in an indifferent voice. Her words negated all the guesses that the crowd had made before. Could it be Master's wife? Yi Ling's eyes widened. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. Was this even more severe than before? It wasn't Xiaolan's cry either. Her voice was a little unfamiliar, but it was pleasant to the ears, like a bird. Bai Ling offered her analysis. In terms of analysis and deduction, she could be said to be the best. No one would doubt her judgment. A crisp cry suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. The dust and debris in the air were torn apart by a gorgeous figure, revealing a lithe and graceful body. This was an extremely beautiful divine vermilion bird, and as it spread its wings, its 9-colored feathers shimmered under the starry sky. It was extremely graceful and regal, and it danced in the air above. So beautiful! Su Qianyun praised from the bottom of her heart. Everyone else also felt the same way. However, they felt as if they were facing a hostile gaze. That's right, the divine vermilion bird was looking at them with an enraged and aggrieved expression. They weren't idiots, and they immediately figured out what was going on when they saw the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's expression. Thus, everyone was left in an awkward position. Upon closer inspection, many of the beautiful feathers were curled up and charred black. It was obvious that they had been blasted into dust and dirt, and their injuries were not light. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird was a mythological beast that was very fond of beauty. Their sect leader had been kind enough to save their sect leader, yet he was being treated like this. How could she not be angry? All the extermination team members stood rooted to the spot in embarrassment and guilt. Bai Ling silently put away her heaven-crushing cannon and didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, a few violent coughs broke the atmosphere. 2 figures appeared at the center of the explosion, supporting each other. And Lin's hair was disheveled and his face dirty, and there were many wounds on his body. Su Xiaolan's fair face was also charred black. Her silky black waist-length hair was now burnt black and curly. Even her favorite jade barley ink garment was in tatters. And Lin stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene around him and mumbled, "Who am I? Where am I? Why did Mount Buzhou explode? Su Xiaolan coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood before speaking with difficulty. I think this is a new type of spell technique created by the heavenly mountain god. It crushed us with a mountain first, then made it self-detonate. And Lin was a little astonished. What an extraordinary technique. Erg! He threw up a mouthful of blood before continuing. My evading turtle, my heavenly wind power, and your true dragon wall were able to keep the heavenly mountain god's unbreakable mountain at bay. Even though I couldn't escape, I didn't sustain any injuries. However, at this moment, Mount Buzhou suddenly exploded, shattering all 3 of our defenses and severely wounding us. If this really is a terrifying spell technique, the heavenly mountain god really is terrifying. Su Xiaolan's heart was still pounding with fear. Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyan, and the others couldn't bear to watch. A blush appeared on Bai Ling's face as she turned away, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were feeling more and more ashamed of themselves. Thankfully, neither the sect leader nor the stand-in sect leader knew that they had done it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable at this moment. A pleasant voice sounded in the sky above. Holy F *CK. What heavenly mountain god is this? Bai Ling was the one who blasted open Mount Buzhou with her cannon. I'm already in such a sorry state. The other dozen or so exceptional 4-9 Immortal sect members are still watching from the sidelines. Aren't you going to say anything? The vermilion bird princess flapped her wings with a mocking expression as she looked at everyone in the distance. Boom! Her words were like a bolt of lightning, and all of the extermination team members were rooted to the spot. They had thought that they had escaped with their lives, but the vermilion bird princess had dealt them a critical blow, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were even more shocked. What's going on? Su Xiaolan's eyes widened with incredulity. You did it. And Lin stared at everyone in the distance with incredulity on his face. Su Qianyan's face was as red as an apple, and she was unable to utter a single word. Bai Ling took a deep breath before speaking in a self-righteous manner. We're all doing this to save you. Otherwise, you'd still be trapped at the foot of Mount Buzhou. How are you going to defeat your enemies and flex then? And Lin nodded upon hearing this. That does make sense. If he didn't come out, how would he be able to flex? But you went too far. Su Xiaolan glared at Bai Ling with a hint of resentment. Then she cast a sympathetic glance at Lin, who was riddled with wounds and almost doubting his own existence. Bai Ling harumphed coldly and refused to admit her mistake. She had expended so much energy to save him, and she had even used her secret weapon. Do I still have to apologize to you? What a joke. And Lin didn't mind as he agreed with Bai Ling's words. If they were trapped at the foot of Mount Buzhou until the end of the battle, this wasn't the style of the Tamer of Lightning, the super heavenly lightning god, the Lord of Transcendence, the Celestial Court's chef god, the Celestial Court's war god, the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, and Sword Immortal and Lin. Thank you, big sister Bai. And Lin looked at the graceful woman in a white dress in the distance with a serious expression. Bai Ling faltered slightly upon hearing this before a hint of mockery appeared in her eyes. What are you still standing there for? Are you going to be spectators like us? And Lin laughed heartily. You're not spectators. You're my and Xiaolan's most solid support. If it weren't for you, Xiaolan and I would still be eating dirt at the foot of the mountain. Bai Ling pursed her lips upon hearing this. Su Anyuancheng and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. A sect leader like this was quite a pleasant experience to be around. This was why they would rather stay at the 4-9 Immortal sect and not return to their sections. Let's go, Xiaolan. And Lin fed an immortal pill to Xiaolan and himself before joining the earth-shattering battle again. Everyone looked on at the two of them. Even though they were in quite a sorry state, they gave everyone a sense of reliability. Under the starlight and moonlight, they were dazzling to behold. Chapter 1575. And Lin and Su Xiaolan turned their attention back to the battlefield. They hadn't decided to join in yet. The four enemies were Heavenly God Jordan, the Heavenly Metal God, the Heavenly Mountain God, and the Heavenly Earth God. Each and every one of them possessed the power to destroy an entire realm on the Tai Chu continent. It could be said that all of the enemies present were not to be underestimated. They had to choose carefully, and Lin turned to the most terrifying enemy first, the paramount Heavenly Earth God. The battlefield between Qin Chen and the Heavenly Earth God was still extremely peaceful. So peaceful that Lin and Su Xiaolan didn't even dare to believe their eyes. And Lin's lips twitched. Isn't this a little too long? They were standing like this when we were battling the Heavenly Mountain God. They were standing like this when we were sealed beneath Mount Buzhou. They were still standing like this after Mount Buzhou was blown up. Could it be that whoever moves first dies first? Su Xiaolan's imagination was running wild. Should we go fight the Heavenly Earth God? And Lin suggested with excitement in his voice. Su Xiaolan was a little scared. I don't think so. We have to be careful. The Heavenly Mountain God is already taking so much effort, so let's not be too rash. The two of them discussed the matter briefly before moving on to another target. In truth, they were well aware of their current battle prowess. They couldn't afford to offend the six paramount Heavenly Tao Heavenly Gods, nor did they dare to offend them. Qin Chen was able to pummel the Heavenly Time God, but he didn't dare to attack the Heavenly Earth God. Just this was a clear indication of the Heavenly Earth God's combat prowess. And Lin then turned to the Heavenly Metal God. The Heavenly Metal God wielded the obedient ghost alloy sword, which flashed with a crimson light. The sharpest metal in the universe, the chaotic immortal metal, was slashing through the air around her, creating a series of dazzling streaks of golden light. Her entire body was also covered in the super cyclone titanium alloy, which was the most resilient and defensive material, the most powerful offense, the most powerful defense, and the most powerful curse. She was a super boss with a full set of godly equipment, and Lin and Su Xiaolan clicked their tongues upon seeing this. What was even more surprising was that the ancient Dragon Empress was able to keep her opponent's attacks at bay. Each and every clash was earth-shattering, and either side was able to gain the upper hand. The ancient Dragon Empress has grown a lot during the past 100 years, and Lin sighed with emotion. Thinking back, she was a rookie Dao integration stage, super mighty figure who couldn't even intervene in the Heavenly Time God's battle. In just a short span of 100 years, she was already able to hold her own against a true Heavenly God. The ancient Dragon Empress and the Heavenly Metal God are engaged in an intense battle. Are we really going to intervene? Su Xiaolan turned toward Lin with an inquisitive expression. The Divine Phoenix Maiden had always been a cold, arrogant, and opinionated loner, but now she was handing the decision over to Lin. She would go after whoever Lin said to go after. Let's wait and see. And Lin felt like the ancient Dragon Empress didn't need any help. The two of them turned toward the Heavenly Mountain God. It could be said that they had the most experience in dealing with the Heavenly Mountain God. Subconsciously speaking, they also preferred to fight the Heavenly Mountain God. After all, they could take this opportunity to exact revenge on the Heavenly Mountain God. However, both of them faltered upon seeing the Heavenly Mountain God. Am I seeing things? Su Xiaolan's eyes reflected the dazzling colors in the sky as she stared blankly into the distance. And Lin took a deep breath. The celestial Dharch has become so bad *SS? On the Heavenly Mountain God's battlefield, the celestial Dharch had transformed into an exceptional war god, and he unleashed countless heaven-crushing techniques, forcing the Heavenly Mountain God into retreat. The celestial Thearcha's body, which was imbued with the boundless power of mountains, was cracked open by the repeated collisions. Even though it was constantly healing, it was still unable to recover from the injuries it had sustained. The celestial Thearcha's entire body was bathed in blood, and he no longer appeared to be an ethereal and graceful immortal. He was like a maniac a battle-crazed fiend celestial. Every single one of his attacks was imbued with a will that reigned supreme over the heavens, as if he were going to tear the entire heavens apart. Did I open the celestial Thearcha's body the wrong way? And Lin's lips twitched. Su Xiaolan rubbed her eyes before nodding with incredulity. This celestial darch is most likely a heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, right? And Lin nodded with difficulty. The proud celestial darch, the second in command of the heaven-mending sect, was using heaven-crushing techniques. Furthermore, it looked like he was enjoying it. Heaven-crushing tornado. Heaven-crushing mountain-crushing fist. Heaven-crushing ninefold ocean seal. Heaven-crushing. One heaven-crushing technique after another was unleashed by the celestial darch, which Enlin and Su Xiaolan had never seen before. The spell techniques were extremely intricate and profound, and even Enlin was in awe of what they were capable of. They didn't think that the celestial darch had only just attained his heaven-crushing techniques. What kind of heaven-crushing techniques could be used to such a bad *SS level? The celestial darch was definitely a heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. I feel like the heavenly mountain god isn't going to be able to hold on much longer. Su Xiaolan murmured. Not necessarily. The celestial darch and the heavenly mountain god have both sustained severe injuries, so the celestial darch has the upper hand. However, it's still unclear who will be able to hold on until the end. And Lin had a lot of experience battling heavenly gods, so he was able to provide an objective assessment. No heavenly god could be underestimated. Who knew when he would throw out a move that would make people despair? At this moment, another resounding boom erupted from nearby. A woman in a white dress fell from the sky with blood staining her white robe. White spirit snake. And Lin's heart jolted upon seeing this. Heavenly god Jordan stepped into the air before pouncing toward White Spirit Snake again. Black Spirit Snake slashed her realm creation, evil vanquishing, soared toward Heavenly God Jordan. But a golden light swept through the air to keep him at bay. Heavenly God Jordan didn't chase after White Spirit Snake. Instead, he unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks toward Black Spirit Snake. White Spirit Snake and Black Spirit Snake won't be able to keep up with Heavenly God Jordan's attacks. If things continue like this, they're going to lose. Su Xiaolan turned to Enlin, and Lin nodded. All right, let's go take on the Heavenly Mountain God. Su Xiaolan nodded. All right, let's go take on Heavenly God Jordan. Huh. She faltered slightly before asking with an uncertain expression, Who are we going to take on? And Lin's lips curled up as flames of battle burned in his eyes. We're going to take on the Heavenly Mountain God. Su Xiaolan. All right, let's go take on the Heavenly Mountain God. Su Xiaolan didn't ask why, and she simply followed Enlin to take on that enemy. Thus, the two of them charged toward the Heavenly Mountain God's battlefield. The Heavenly Mountain God had thought that Enlin and Su Xiaolan would go to take on Heavenly God Jordan, but didn't think that the two of them would go toward it instead. It was already on the verge of throwing up blood from its battle with the celestial darch, and it was struck by a sense of convulsion upon seeing this. Are you going to disregard the lives of your teammates for the sake of revenge? The Heavenly Mountain God roared with rage. And Lin chuckled coldly before turning to the celestial darch. Leave the Heavenly Mountain God to me and Xiaolan. You go help Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake take care of Heavenly God Jordan as soon as possible. The celestial darch faltered slightly before instantly realizing what Enlin was trying to do. I'll leave this to Enlin and Ms. Su Xiaolan. I'll be right back. That's right. Enlin wasn't going to take on Heavenly God Jordan as there were other people more suitable than him. With Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake, and the celestial darch of the heaven-crushing sect, Heavenly God Jordan would be defeated even faster. Chapter 1576. Stop right there. Do you think that you can come and go as you please? The Heavenly Mountain God let loose an enraged roar as it chased after Enlin. and Lin and Su Xiaolan leaped forward at this moment before slashing their swords toward the heavenly mountain god. Even though the heavenly mountain god was extremely reluctant, it had no choice but to fight the two of them, and Lin wielded his evil-slaying sword and unleashed his evil sword technique, as well as the power of the heavenly wind god, imbuing his blade with the power of laws that could slice through all things in this world. For example, he unleashed the second technique of his evil sword technique, Lightning Spirit. His speed was drastically enhanced, and he was able to evade the heavenly mountain god's attack before appearing behind its opponent and unleashing a vicious sword strike. Whoosh! A sharp screeching sound erupted behind the heavenly mountain god. The surface of his indestructible body was actually torn apart, leaving a ghastly crack in its wake. The heavenly mountain god turned around with rage and launched an almighty fist toward Lin. And Lin had only just unleashed his attack, so there was no time for him to evade. Thankfully, he had been maintaining his wind of absolute wind this entire time. Bam! An earth-shattering boom erupted. The transparent barrier of wind that could keep all powers at bay was caved in and cracked open, and Lin hurriedly retreated, and in the nick of time he managed to completely block the power of his opponent's fist. It was also at this moment that a jade dress flashed through the air. Lightning revolved around Su Xiaolan's feet, and she instantly appeared behind the heavenly mountain god. A true dragon roared, and a vermilion bird let loose a piercing cry as unprecedented heaven-crushing might erupted from her dragon sparrow sword. Heaven-crushing dragon sparrow slash. A burst of domineering divine might erupted from her body as her dragon sparrow sword fell with a roar. Boom! Extremely high temperatures scorched the heavenly mountain god's entire body red. The peerless blade tore another massive gash into the heavenly mountain god's crimson back. What was worthy of mention was that the gash Lin had unleashed just so happened to intersect with the one Su Xiaolan had unleashed, thereby creating a perfect X shape. The heavenly mountain god turned around again before unleashing an enraged hammer toward Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan had learned her lesson from Lin's mistake, and she was already on her guard. As soon as the heavenly mountain god attacked, she had already thought of a path of retreat, and she unleashed her vermilion bird movement technique to dodge to the side. The vermilion bird's movement techniques were extremely fast and ethereal, and they allowed her to evade all lock-ons in a short time, thereby allowing her to evade the heavenly mountain god's punch by a hair's breadth. Trying to run, the heavenly mountain god was clearly already enraged, and its body hurtled toward Su Xiaolan at an extremely terrifying speed. At this moment, Su Xiaolan felt as if she was looking at a boundless mountain pressing down on her. If she didn't take any action, she would be smashed into pieces by this attack in the next second. At the critical moment, Su Xiaolan turned to look at Lin. Their eyes met. Their thoughts were also revealed at this moment. On the back of Su Xiaolan's hand, a crimson insignia glowed with scintillating light. This was half of a phoenix. On the back of Lin's hand, a crimson insignia had also appeared. This was the other half of the blood phoenix. If the two halves of the phoenix were combined, they would be able to form a blood phoenix mythological beast. Boundless red light suddenly erupted from the intersection of the two rifts on the heavenly mountain god's back. That's right, when Su Xiaolan decided to attack the heavenly mountain god, she had already detected the power of the blood phoenix that Lin had left within the heavenly mountain god's body. Without any communication, she had already coordinated with Lin's attack and also left a wisp of the power of the blood phoenix within the heavenly mountain god's body. The center where the two forces converged and fused was the intersection point of that fork. Su Xiaolan swung her dragon sparrow sword through the air. Falling star! And Lin raised an arm high into the air. Setting sun. The two of them yelled in unison, heaven-crushing strike. The incomplete power of the blood phoenix fused together to become complete again. The blood phoenix rose into the sky as boundless heaven-crushing divine flames erupted from the heavenly mountain god's body. Boom! The earth tremored violently. The crimson phoenix spread open its wings, which lit up the entire heavens. It was as if it had passed through the heavenly mountain god's body, upon which extremely high temperatures began to melt and destroy everything within the heavenly mountain god's body. It was as if a star had fallen, as if the sun had descended. The heavenly mountain god let loose an involuntary wail of anguish in the face of this attack, which was imbued with its soul and love. This was true agony, agony that seeped into its bones. It was quite clear that this extremely unique, heaven-crushing technique was extremely damaging to a representative of the heavenly Tao, even more so than the heavenly mountain god had anticipated. The heavenly mountain god was struck by a deep sense of grief. It had finally gotten rid of a heaven-crushing technique prodigy, only to be replaced by two more. The blood phoenix, heaven-crushing, divine flames transformed the earth into a sea of flames. It took advantage of the explosion. Su Xiaolan quickly retreated to open up some distance between them. Her features were slightly pale. That combination technique had expended a large amount of her energy, and even her vermilion bird flame energy was almost completely depleted. With this in mind, she opened her storage ring and swallowed another immortal pill. She couldn't afford to be stingy in a battle of this caliber, so she had to use all of the resources available to her. Otherwise, if she were to lose, she would be greeted by death. And Lin made his way over to Su Xiaolan's side with a smile on his face. Su Xiaolan, we really are a match made in heaven. Even when we're fighting, we have such chemistry. A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Be serious. And Lin smiled. The heavenly mountain god expended most of its energy to seal us with Mount Buzhou, then had its energy depleted by the celestial arch in exchange for more blood. Now it's at a critical juncture. Didn't you see how its movements have slowed down just then? The heavenly mountain god's power has declined significantly, so we can win as long as we hold on. An enraged roar erupted from within the crimson, divine flames. The flames of the blood phoenix began to quickly recede, as if something were engulfing them, and Lin and Su Xiaolan's expressions shifted at the same time. In the center of the sea of fire, there was a tall and stalwart figure standing proudly. A hole had been punctured into its body, from which crimson lava was flowing. Its earthy yellow body had become as scorching as the sun, and it was glowing with a reddish-golden color. There were also streams of lava flowing relentlessly from the veined grooves on its body. All of the blood phoenix divine flames on the ground below had been absorbed into its body. At the same time, its body temperature rose once again, and it continued to rise higher and higher, as if there was no limit. The terrifyingly high temperatures even made the space around it twist and warp. Its earthy yellow eyes had become crimson, and a dangerous light flashed through them. Huff, huff! A series of panting sounds erupted, like the roars of a ferocious beast. The heavenly mountain god stared at Enlin and Su Xiaolan, and its aura became more and more terrifying and unfathomable. Su Xiaolan and Enlin both took an involuntary step back. Enlin drew a sharp intake of breath. That technique we used just then. Could it be that the rock golem evolved into a giant lava beast? Chapter 1577. The heavenly mountain god had sustained a combined attack from Enlin and Su Xiaolan, and even though it had sustained some severe injuries, it had also transformed into a completely different form. Lava surged all over its body, and its stone body was imbued with unbelievably high temperatures. If this were a normal stone, it would have most likely been instantly vaporized by such high temperatures. The heavenly mountain god's body was only able to maintain its original form after being enhanced by the power of the heavenly Tao. Scorching heat waves proliferated outward, and the ground within a radius of over 50 kilometers began to turn red and scorching hot. My God, this temperature has to be at least a few million degrees. And Lin's flesh crawled. That's far more than that. Su Xiaolan was even more sensitive to flames, and her heart was thumping with fear and trepidation. The heavenly mountain god's body temperature is probably over 100 million degrees, and Lin was given a massive fright. Then wouldn't we be scalded to death just by touching it? Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Perhaps we'll be melted before we even get close to it? The ground around the heavenly mountain god had already been melted into a scorching liquid, and the closest area had even been vaporized to form a cavern. It stepped through the air and made its way toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan, melting everything in its wake. Seeing as you too like to play with fire so much, I'll play with you, the heavenly mountain god said in a cold voice before abruptly disappearing on the spot. And Lin could feel the surrounding air temperature rising once again. In the next instant, the heavenly mountain god had already appeared before him, and boundless scorching lava erupted from its fist before crashing down with extremely terrifying power. Crimson lava instantly exploded, obscuring his entire field of vision, and Lin unleashed his heavenly wind power without any hesitation. Evil sword technique. Heaven-crushing royal divine monarch. An extremely powerful sword intent soared into the sky as the paramount power of wind converged on the blade of the sword before crashing down toward the scorching lava. Boom! A peerlessly powerful sword intent imbued with the absolute heavenly wind power clashed violently with the mountainous lava. In an instant, the sharp light swept out and tore the earth apart. Scorching energy splashed in all directions like fireballs shooting out in all directions. Wherever it passed, even the earth was melted and a bottomless black hole was formed. The huge impact made Lin feel like his body was about to fall apart. That terrifying temperature seemed like it was about to melt his body, and Lin felt like if it weren't for the fact that he had the wind of absolute death to protect his body would have most likely been incinerated or even melted in the instant that he clashed with the heavenly mountain god. The moves of the two collided. The heavenly mountain god was forced back a few steps, and Enlin was forced back several hundred meters. His entire body was scorching hot, and his skin was bright red, as if he were about to be burned. In this battle, it was clear that he was at a disadvantage. At this moment, Su Xiaolan took advantage of the instant the heavenly mountain god was knocked back to spring into action. An azure figure flashed to the heavenly mountain god's side, and the lightning blade of the dragon sparrow sword flashed toward the heavenly mountain god's neck like a bolt of lightning. The heavenly mountain god didn't have a chance to retaliate, and its head abruptly tilted to the side. Bam! Su Xiaolan's pupils contracted, and she almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. The heavenly mountain god had managed to clamp the sword blade between its cheek and shoulder with the power of tilting its head to the side. No matter how much lightning flashed on the sword blade, it was unable to advance even an inch. This was the first time that Su Xiaolan had had her attack blocked in such a manner. She was just about to increase the force of her attack when she caught sight of the heavenly mountain god's mocking expression. Lava, volcanic eruption. The heavenly mountain god's body suddenly began to glow with scintillating light, and the temperature around it soared explosively once again, as if all of the energy that had been repressed for countless years had been released in that instant. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Boundless red lava imbued with extremely high temperatures instantly exploded. The lava exploded like flowers of death blooming between heaven and earth, becoming extremely dazzling under the night sky, as if heaven and earth had been stained crimson. Once a high-temperature attack was attached to something, it would become the most devastating, most durable, and most difficult to defend against. Su Xiaolan possessed the vermilion bird divine Tao, so it could be said that she was immune to all high temperatures. However, in the face of the heavenly mountain god's flames, she discovered that her heat resistance was a little lacking. She was suddenly struck by an unbearably scorching sensation, and burn marks instantly appeared on her body. Vermilion bird flame escape. She transformed her body into flames and quickly fled. However, The fleeing holy vermilion flame was also instantly engulfed by the surging lava. Xiaolan and Lin's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately pulled out an immortal sword. Sword burial. Dark dragon ice sword. The snowy white long sword with dragon patterns imbued with immortal tool energy. Fluctuations exploded violently. The shattered sword blade danced through the air like countless shards of ice, and shrouded by gusts of gentle wind. And Lin's eyes were extremely profound, and the divine halo above his head glowed with a scintillating light, making him appear as if he were a paramount god who ruled over heaven and earth. He gripped the countless shards of ice in his hand. Power of the heavenly wind god. All of the essence within the immortal tool was completely unleashed at his behest. A blue divine light was imbued with boundless frost, and the power of wind instantly proliferated throughout the entire heaven and earth. Snow and ice rained down from the sky. Even the lava erupting from the heavenly mountain god faltered in the face of this extreme frost. At this moment, a gargantuan ice dragon with a length of several dozen kilometers flashed through the air at the pinnacle of the heavens before crashing down toward the heavenly mountain god like a dragon descending from the heavens. Before the dragon had even arrived, the extreme frost was already clashing with the scorching heat of the lava. The blue frost power and the crimson yang power clashed, causing the space around them to twist and tear apart. As the ice dragon fell, the blue frost power became more and more intense, as if it were going to freeze everything in this world and plunge everything into a deathly cold. The heavenly mountain god was not fearful in the slightest, as it unleashed a full-force punch toward the ice dragon in the sky. The full-force punch of any heavenly god was imbued with the boundless might of heaven and earth, and it transformed into a crimson fist projection that instantly cracked open the dragon's head. Howl! The ice dragon wailed with anguish. In the next instant, its body was pulverized by the mighty force. The dragon's body, which was several dozen kilometers in length, was shattered by the punch. However, the heavenly mountain god didn't even have a chance to withdraw its fist. Countless shards of ice were imbued with the power of wind, creating a tornado of extreme frost that swept toward the heavenly mountain god in a frenzy. Each and every shard of ice was imbued with the extreme slicing power of the immortal tool, as well as the power of wind that could slice through all things. They were like countless miniature blades that sliced through the heavenly mountain god relentlessly. The heavenly mountain god let loose a wail of anguish, and its scorching skin, which was flowing with lava, was frozen solid by the frost. One ice blade after another was imbued with extreme slicing power, and its thick body was being sliced open. One ice, one sword. There were countless swords here, and Lin's face was deathly pale. He had overexerted his heavenly wind power, and that attack had almost completely sapped all of his energy. However, he still forced himself to hold his sword in front of him. This was the best opportunity to kill the heavenly mountain god. 6 strikes of the war god, Tao Sword. Chapter 1578. And Lin's cultivation base wasn't very high, so he could only unleash the first 4 strikes of the 6 strikes of the war god. He didn't have enough power to unleash the 5th and 6th strikes of the Tao Sword and the Divine Sword. However, everything changed when he suddenly discovered that he could imbue the power of the heavenly gods into his techniques. He could use the power of the heavenly gods to forcibly break through certain restrictions, and Lin's aura suddenly transformed, and it was as if he had fused with heaven and earth. The inky black, evil-slaying sword melded into the night sky. Everything was so natural that it would be very easy for Lin to overlook its existence if he wasn't paying close attention to it. Beneath Lin's feet, countless black, veined patterns formed into a net and quickly spread across the ground. Like a spiderweb, it was extremely intricate and beautiful. Each and every black vein pattern was imbued with extremely profound, true intent of a Taoist technique. Some of them were imbued with paramount sword techniques, some were imbued with powerful saber techniques, some were imbued with scorching heat, some were imbued with ice and snow, and there was even the Tao intent of a ruler. Countless black veined patterns existed independently, but they also intertwined with one another. None of the Tao was independent, but all of the Tao was unique. There were countless black veined patterns on the ground, as well as countless unique Tao. At the center of the countless Tao intertwined patterns stood a man in a snowy white robe. His aura was completely restrained, but he was imbued with Tao intent. In that instant, he was the ruler of all Tao. What was Tao? Tao was the path forward. Some people walked the Tao with their bodies and aimlessly. Some people walked the Tao with their bodies and minds, and even though there was no destination, there was a direction. The things they held on to, the things they sensed, the things they obtained, all of the observations and gains along the way could be transformed into the Tao beneath their feet. The further they walked, the more grand and spectacular the scenery became. And Lin didn't know what Tao was in the beginning. He didn't even know what a Tao heart was. However, after experiencing so many things and witnessing the birth and death of countless living beings, he had even witnessed the deaths of Tao integration stage super mighty figures a few times. He already had his own understanding of Tao. What was Tao? If you didn't know, then just keep walking forward. Then look behind you. That's your Tao. On the ground below, inky black veined patterns extended into infinity with no end in sight. The heavenly mountain god had already been shredded to death by the mystic windstorm, and Lin gripped the evil-slaying sword as a peculiar feeling welled up in his heart. With millions of Taos under his feet and a sword in his hand, he could control the life and death of Taos. The Tao sword is to transform the Tao into a sword. There are billions of Taos in the world, and when they see my Tao, they can only bow down to me. And Lin calmly said, he was very calm and natural, but it was as though this was how it should be. He had already entered a very mysterious state. Everything he saw was the Tao. The heavenly mountain god's Tao was vast and mighty, and all the mountains in this world were as insignificant as ants in comparison. Anyone who looked at him would have to raise their heads and look up, feeling reverence in their hearts. Its Tao vividly displayed the characteristics of the mountain, and Lin saw its Tao. It was so perfect, so desirable. It was the ultimate Tao, like an eternal and inextinguishable radiance. If a normal mighty figure were to witness the heavenly mountain god's Tao, they would probably kneel down and bow down to it. However, and Lin wouldn't do that. He possessed the powers of wind and lightning, and he had never bowed down to anyone. The heavenly mountain god was actually very feeble. It had almost expended all of its energy, and it had been severely wounded over and over again. Even its earthy divine halo was beginning to crack, and Lin closed his eyes and stared at the mighty projection that struck despair into the onlooker's heart. The heavenly Tao is boundless. I have a sword, and Lin raised his evil-slaying sword high into the air before slashing it toward the heavenly mountain god. I can sever all Tao in this world. The boundless black, veined patterns on the ground unleashed peculiar energy, fluctuations at the same time before surging toward the heavenly mountain god, as if it were being attacked by countless Tao. Ah! The heavenly mountain god howled with agony. Its pupils then contracted as an expression of shock and rage appeared on its face. And Lin, how dare you sever my Tao? Don't you know that I am the heavenly Tao? You will suffer the most terrifying backlash for attacking my Tao. The heavenly mountain god's voice was like a rumbling mountain, as if the entire earth were roaring at the same time. And Lin replied in an indifferent voice, It's not like I haven't severed the heavenly Tao before. The heavenly mountain god. Countless black, veined patterns suddenly appeared on the heavenly mountain god's majestic body, which enshrouded its entire body while exuding paramount true intent. You're the one. And Lin raised his sword again. The evil-slaying sword suddenly became a flawless, translucent, snowy white color under the guidance of the Tao sword true intent. And Lin instantly appeared before the heavenly mountain god before slashing his sword down again, upon which a silvery white light flashed through the air. Boom! The sword blade struck the black, veined patterns. The The heavenly mountain god let loose another blood-curdling wail, and even its divine halo tremored violently. Su Xiaolan's eyes widened as she looked on at Enlin from afar, as if she was witnessing something unbelievable. She had never encountered such a Tao intent before, and she felt as if a whole new world had been opened up to her as she observed this battle from up close. You want to sever my Tao? Dream on. The heavenly mountain god's eyes burned like torches as it completely unleashed its terrifying true intent. Its aura was almost substantial, as if it were a boundless Mount Buzhou crushing down upon Enlin's body again. Blood trickled from the corners of Enlin's lips, but he slowly slashed down with his evil-slaying sword to tear apart the black, veined patterns. Ah! The heavenly mountain god let loose another blood-curdling cry, as if it was in extreme pain. A determined expression appeared on its face. Disperse my Tao to the heavens! The black, veined patterns suddenly flew away from the heavenly mountain god's body and were about to return to the heavenly Tao. This was its most powerful escape technique, which allowed it to fuse with the heavenly Tao before finding an opportunity to return to the heavenly Tao. The backlash from dissipating its Tao to the heavens was extremely severe. If it weren't for the fact that it had been forced into a corner, it wouldn't have used this spell technique. The speed at which it dispersed its Tao was extremely fast, and Enlin was completely unable to stop it. The heavenly mountain god glared at the white-robed man before it. Enlin, I'll remember this. When I return, the black, veined patterns flew into the sky. Enlin's expression shifted upon seeing the dispersing Tao, and his inky black eyes suddenly turned golden as an eternal aura erupted from his body. Time stop. An area within a radius of over a kilometer was instantly sliced into an independent space by an extremely mysterious power. The space was separated from the outside world. Everything in the space began to become motionless. Regardless of whether it was the air, the surging energy, the surging lava, or even the black vein patterns that were about to fly into the sky, everything became completely still. Everything became completely still. Nothing between heaven and earth could escape the shackles of time. Only one person began to move, and Lin wielded his snowy white, evil-slaying sword and activated his heavenly wind power to its fullest extent. Boundless Tao intent converged upon the sword, and his Tao sword true intent rose to its very peak before crashing down upon the black-veined patterns. Break through! Boundless white, divine light erupted from the evil-slaying sword, pulverizing the heavenly mountain god's Tao patterns. Chapter 1579. Time stopped. This was the only time-type spell technique that Enlin could use. Even though this was the only time-type spell technique that could stop relative time, the power of the spell technique was extremely terrifying to the extent that it could even stop the heavenly mountain god. Just from this alone, Enlin could tell that it was on an unimaginable level. Unfortunately, with Enlin's current power, he could only stop time for 1 second. However, that wasn't a pity, as 1 second was enough to decide many things. For example, the heavenly mountain god's Tao patterns were completely destroyed by Enlin's Tao sword. Time resumed its normal flow. Absolute time and relative time converged again. The heavenly mountain god's expression of hatred and hatred was still lingering on its face before its Tao patterns were completely pulverized by an extremely powerful power. The heavenly mountain god's eyes widened with incredulity as it stared at the scenes unfolding before its eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? The heavenly mountain god was completely dumbstruck. Crack! At this moment, the divine halo above its head suddenly cracked open before crumbling. No. How could this be? Didn't I unleash my Tao return to the heavens? The heavenly mountain god stared at the man before it with shock and incredulity on its face. What did you do to me? And Lin slowly sheathed his sword, and the boundless Tao patterns beneath his feet disappeared as he spoke with an indifferent expression. Time stop! The heavenly mountain god felt as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and its entire body seemed to have become an immobile rock as it stared blankly at Enlil. "You also possess the power of the heavenly time god?" "Just a little," Enlil replied modestly. The heavenly mountain god. Why was he being so humble at a time like this? Couldn't he be a little more powerful? It was so humiliating that it had been defeated by a power that it only knew a little about. The heavenly mountain god was still grumbling internally as its body gradually crumbled, and its aura also began to fade. After its Tao patterns were destroyed, there was no need for a life form to exist anymore. Bam! An explosive boom erupted. The heavenly mountain god's body suddenly exploded, sending lava and rubble flying all over the ground. Not even its carcass was left intact. The heavenly mountain god had finally fallen. Xianyuan Cheng and the others were already cheering excitedly. Although they didn't know what had happened, the result was obviously good. The heavenly metal god and heavenly god Jordan's expressions shifted drastically upon seeing this. How could this be? How could the heavenly mountain god die just like that? Heavenly god Jordan murmured to himself with a dazed expression, clearly unable to accept this. The heavenly metal god's eyes darkened. Enlil again? Why is it Enlil again? First, it was heavenly goddess Linyu, and now even the heavenly mountain god. We can't let him live. Compared to the enemy's shock and disbelief, his teammates felt like they had vented their anger. Ha ha ha. As expected of the war god of the celestial court. Well done. The celestial Darch threw his head back and chortled with glee. Even his pursuit of heavenly god Jordan became more ferocious. Chun Chin and the heavenly earth god were still locked in a standoff. The heavenly earth god turned toward Enlil in a rare moment of silence. A smile appeared on Chun Chen's face. What do you think? Do you still think you can win? Who would have thought that he would also possess the power of time? The heavenly earth god shook his head. However, no matter how exceptional he is, he's still going to fall in the end. The higher he flies, the more despair he'll feel when he falls. Chun Chin shook his head. You can only rely on your words now. The handsome youth in linen garments continued. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape either. The heavenly earth god, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are you kidding me? There's no place in this world that I can't escape from. Even if Cyril were here, I wouldn't be afraid. Chun Chin didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the heavenly earth god in silence. The heavenly earth god raised his chin, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face, as if the death of the heavenly mountain god didn't really affect him. Both sides once again fell into silence, quietly confronting each other. At this moment, a ding-dong suddenly sounded in Enlin's mind. His body shuddered, and he was just about to open his system when a series of ding-dong, 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 ding-dong began to ring in his mind. Holy F asterisk CK! What's going on? Enlil was given a massive fright, and he immediately opened his system. At this moment, several pieces of information popped up in his cultivation method tab at the same time. Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the heavenly mountain god. Earth-type cultivation method. Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been upgraded to the 2nd stage. Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been upgraded to the 3rd stage. Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been upgraded to the 4th stage. Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been upgraded to the 5th stage. Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been upgraded to the 9th stage. Congratulations, host, on reaching the final stage of your Earth-type cultivation method and obtaining the power of the heavenly mountain god. Enlil was completely dumbstruck upon seeing this string of information. Bad asterisk SS. He paused momentarily, but he really couldn't find the right words to describe this feeling, so he could only use this sentence to express the emotions in his heart. To be able to cultivate a cultivation method to the max level and obtain a new power of the heavenly mountain was undoubtedly a massive surprise to him. At the same time, he also came to a realization. As expected, if he wanted to obtain the power of the heavenly mountain, He had to personally end the life of a heavenly god. In the next instant, an enormous amount of information and true intent surged into his mind in a frenzy, threatening to make his head explode. Ah! And Lin clasped his hands over his head in agony. And Lin! Su Xiaolan hurriedly flew to Lin's side before wrapping her arms around the man who was about to fall to the ground with a panicked expression. What's wrong? Don't scare me, I'm fine. I'm just preparing to evolve. And Lin gritted his teeth. Su Xiaolan. Even though she didn't know what Lin was talking about, Su Xiaolan still protected Lin by her side as she looked at the remaining heavenly gods with a cautious expression. Heavenly God Jordan had activated his 8 divine halos, but he was still being pummeled by the celestial Dharch. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake were also closing in on him, so he was clearly in a dire situation. The heavenly metal god was still engaged in a battle to the death with the ancient Dragon Empress. Chun Chin and the heavenly earth god were still looking at one another with a loving expression on their faces. Su Xiaolan heaved a light sigh of relief upon seeing this. Thankfully, there were no other enemies who could deal with her and Lin, so they could rest for a while. After resting for a while, Lin's expression was no longer as pained as before. However, his entire body was drenched in hot sweat, and he was panting heavily. Are you all right? Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up with a smile, and Lin nodded with difficulty. I'm much better now. He rubbed his head against Su Xiaolan's chest as he spoke. It's all thanks to you holding on to me that I was able to recover so quickly. Su Xiaolan blushed, and she wanted to push Lin away, but she couldn't bring herself to do so after a moment of hesitation. Have some shame. Chapter 1580. And Lin was extremely elated after obtaining the power of the heavenly earth god. However, his energy had been completely depleted, and his body was in an extremely bad state due to overexertion. He couldn't activate his vital energy at all, and his consciousness was extremely feeble, so his vision was blurry. It was as if he had masturbated over 10,000 times in a row, and he felt like he was on the brink of death. Thankfully, he had Xiaolan to hug, and Lin felt like all of his efforts had been worth it as he basked in her soft and gentle touch and smelled her faint fragrance. Oi, where are you rubbing your head? Su Xiaolan's expression darkened. She discovered that Lin was rubbing his head against her chest and her arms. Su Xiaolan almost threw Lin to the ground, but she thought about it for a moment before pushing his head onto her shoulder and giving him a warning, look before relenting. And Lin was simply too exhausted, and he was carried by Su Xiaolan to the blood-soul jade coffin before being placed into it. And Lin was looking forward to carrying a dead man in his arms, but that didn't happen. Su Xiaolan carried a coffin on her back as she observed the battlefield with a cautious expression, and Lin suddenly sighed with emotion within the coffin. In the beginning, it was Su Xiaolan who had used too many mystic techniques, so Lin placed Su Xiaolan into the coffin and fought with her on his back. After that, both he and Su Xiaolan were severely wounded, and the two of them were carried by the Vermilion Bird Princess to escape. Now he was the one lying in the coffin, while Su Xiaolan carried the coffin around. This was a F** King reincarnation. So the coffin was the MVP. And Lin really had a lot to say. After a long while, he swallowed 2 regenerative immortal pills and sat down in the coffin to recuperate. As he swallowed the immortal pills, and Lin suddenly discovered that his recent battles had been extremely wasteful. He had used up more than 10 immortal pills, and he had even blown up an immortal artifact. The cost of this battle must be at least 10 million spirit stones, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a dull pain in his heart. How many days would he have to be a chef to earn back that amount? If it wasn't for the fact that he had obtained the power of the heavenly mountain, he really would have vomited blood. After all, 10 million spirit stones was his entire fortune. 1%. And Lin faltered slightly before suddenly realizing that he still had 1 billion spirit stones in his storage ring. In an instant, his heart no longer ached. When he thought up to here, he popped another 2 immortal pills into his mouth and happily swallowed them. I don't care if I have excess nutrition or not, I'm rich. Just then, the system in his mind beeped once more. Ding dong! And Lin's body trembled. He thought to himself, now that I'm lying in the coffin weekly, will the system come up with something to trick me again? He nervously opened the system interface. At this time, he discovered that the Special Missions tab was flashing with a frightening light. It's over. It really is a trap. And Lin was in despair. None of the Special Missions tab were kind. He opened the Special Missions tab with despair etched on his face, and his eyes abruptly widened upon seeing the content of the mission. Detected that the host's Earth Lotus Supreme skill has been cultivated to the 9th stage. Now assigning the following special missions, frowny face, cultivate the Evergreen Technique, Divine Liquid Creation Technique, Divine Weapon Origin Energy Technique, and Wings of True Fire Technique to the 9th stage, respectively. Time limit, 3 years. Reward for mission success. 5 elements combination, phenomenal success body of the war god. Reward for mission failure, an extra little brother. Note, this mission cannot be rejected. And Lin, the severely wounded man lying in the coffin, couldn't help but look up at the sky with a melancholy expression. What did the reward for mission failure mean by an extra little brother? Were they trying to hide the fact that an extra little brother was a reward? And Lin roared with tears streaming down his face. I choose to be impotent. Wah! The man sobbed uncontrollably in the coffin. Su Xiaolan was given a massive fright, and she turned around to look at Lin with astonishment etched on her face. And Lin, are you crazy? Why did you choose to be impotent? The beautiful divine phoenix maiden's eyes were already glistening with tears, and a look of rage and rebuke appeared on her face, as if she were more than willing to turn into a slug. And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing Su Xiaolan's words. He couldn't ask Su Xiaolan whether she liked him to have an extra little brother or whether she liked him to be impotent. If he did that, the answer he would receive would most likely be neither. Let's break up. You're no longer a man. Of course, there could be other possible answers, however, and Lin wasn't a pervert. He would rather be impotent. Wait. And Lin suddenly came to a realization. He might not necessarily fail the mission, so why was he thinking about the tragic fate that awaited him if he failed? This was not a good way of thinking. He focused his gaze on the cultivation methods interface. His evergreen technique was already at the 3rd stage. The divine liquid creation technique was at the 1st stage. The divine weapon origin energy was at the 1st stage, and the wings of true fire was at the 2nd stage. He had to cultivate all of them to the 9th stage, and Lin suddenly looked up into the sky, and he felt like his future was a bleak one. How was he supposed to cultivate all 4 cultivation methods to the 9th stage in 3 years? Wasn't that basically asking for his life? He didn't really care about the difficulties, but he hadn't even received the mission requirements for progressing to the next stage. So how was he supposed to progress? And Lin really wanted to curse at the system. However, he wasn't at the end of the line. Wasn't his Earth Lotus Supreme skill reaching the 9th stage the best proof of that? He still had a way to get to the next stage. However, this method could be described as a different kind of hellish difficulty. The power of the heavenly gods could elevate Earth-type cultivation methods to the pinnacle. As such, the powers of metal, wood, water, and fire could also be elevated to the pinnacle. For heavenly gods! And Lin was on the verge of tears. Did they really think the heavenly gods were Dubai's vegetables that could be plucked from anywhere? He and Xiaolan had almost died fighting the heavenly mountain god, and that was even with the celestial Thearcha's help, and by Ling's help next, he had to defeat at least 4 heavenly gods before he could complete this mission. In other words, he had to risk his life 4 times. True superstar hellish difficulty. And Lin discovered that the series of missions for the body of the war god were extremely unfriendly to his little brother. The first mission for his little brother was for the embryonic body of the war god, which required him to absorb 10 golden realm essence crystals and become a eunuch for 100 years if he failed. The second mission for his little brother was for the initial success stage body of the war god, which required him to absorb 100 golden realm essence crystals and become a eunuch for 10,000 years if he failed. What about now? Sure enough, the phenomenal success stage body of the war god mission was for his little brother again. It required him to cultivate all 5 elemental cultivation methods to the 9th stage, and the penalty for failure was even more severe. He would have to have a second child and have another little brother, and Lin was extremely distressed. He had to find a way to complete this mission as soon as possible. He couldn't help but turn toward the location where the ancient Dragon Empress and the heavenly metal god were battling. Wasn't the power of the heavenly metal god a metal element? With this in mind, he slapped the lid of the coffin with all his might. Hurry, help me up. I can still fight. Chapter 1581. You're still able to fight. Su Xiaolan was given a fright, and she turned to stare at the man in the coffin with her beautiful eyes. Have you been beaten senseless? She asked suspiciously. Do you have some mental issues? In Lin's current condition, any return to Void stage mighty figure would be able to pummel him into the ground. Even so, he was still trying to join a battle between heavenly gods. Wasn't that just asking for death? Calm down, Lin. The battle is currently in our favor. If you enter the fray in your current state, it could backfire on us. Let's assess the situation first, all right? Su Xiaolan was afraid that Lin would still not be able to accept this, so she explained in a gentle and patient voice. And Lin finally calmed down a little upon hearing Su Xiaolan's gentle and concerned words. He thought about it for a moment, and even though this mission was very important, he only had one life, so he couldn't be too cautious. As such, he decided to rest in the coffin for a while longer. The battle on the battlefield was still extremely intense, and devastating spell techniques were being unleashed one after another. Heavenly God Jordan and the heavenly metal god seemed to have been stimulated by the heavenly mountain god's death, and their attacks became even more ferocious. They were already willing to exchange lives for lives without any hesitation. They knew that if they didn't give it their all now, they wouldn't have another chance. The heavenly earth god wouldn't save them. The heavenly mountain god's death was the best proof of that. They had to rely on themselves. Heavenly God Jordan felt like he wouldn't be able to defeat the heaven-crushing celestial Dharch. He looked at the heavenly metal god, who was engaged in a bitter battle, as well as the heavenly earth god, and finally made a decision. Boom! A violent collision ensued. The terrifying heaven-crushing true intent blasted heavenly god Jordan into the ground. The celestial Dharch stood proudly at the pinnacle of the heavens, and his eyes reflected heaven and earth, as if he were the embodiment of heaven and earth. However, his hands were imbued with the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. Such a contradictory being was the one and only monarch on this battlefield. Heavenly God Jordan looked up at the figure, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. So what if you've mastered a heaven-crushing technique? He stood up from the sunken ground and looked at the celestial Dharch with a cold smile. Our heavenly human tribe is a tribe that serves the heavens. I will make you understand that all those who defy the heavens must die. Boom! An inky black, divine halo appeared above heavenly God Jordan's head. Dark divine light was released as if it wanted to devour everything in the world. The pure golden pupils became deep and gloomy. The 8 divine halos of different attributes were drawn away from his body by the divine halo above his head. They entered the black, hole-like divine halo above his head and disappeared. Bursts of black light engulfed heaven and earth, making heavenly God Jordan appear as if he were a fiend celestial. The celestial Thearcha's eyes narrowed slightly. Black divine halo, the fall of a heavenly god. Is heavenly God Jordan finally going to give it his all? It could be said that this was the true power of the divine, heaven stage, heavenly human tribe. However, the price they had to pay was extremely heavy. They would not be able to withstand this power and would be killed by the backlash of the heavenly Tao, just like heavenly goddess Linyu. The celestial Thearcha's hands were as dazzling as the stars in the sky, and he thrust both palms toward heavenly god Jordan. Heaven-crushing meteorite palm. Bright blue stars tore through the night sky, and their extremely pure starlight instantly outshone all of the other stars in the sky. The celestial Arch was not going to give his opponent a chance to catch a breather. He was not going to stall for time and wait for his opponent to die of exhaustion. He had attained heaven-crushing true intent, so he was only going to beat his opponent into submission. Heavenly God Jordan was clearly not expecting the celestial Arch to take the initiative. A faint ripple appeared in his lifeless eyes before he spoke in a cold voice. "You're courting death." A black divine halo enshrouded his entire body, and he unleashed a palm toward the heavens. The power of his palm exploded to form a massive, dark, golden palm. Not only was the power of metal imbued with boundless power, but it was also imbued with the power of the dark divine halo. Bam! The celestial Thearcha's heaven-crushing meteorite palm clashed with heavenly god Jordan's attack, and energy exploded violently. From a distance, it looked as if two extremely dazzling stars had crashed into the golden palm. The two bursts of energy clashed in a frenzy. The dark golden palm continued to crack open, but the power of destruction became even more exuberant, completely engulfing the light of the stars. In the end, the remnants of the golden palm crashed into the celestial Thearcha's palm, and the celestial Arch was blasted flying with blood gushing from his mouth. This was the first time he had been blasted flying in such a disheveled manner ever since his battle with heavenly god Jordan. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake didn't give heavenly god Jordan any time to catch his breath. They slashed their divine swords through the air, unleashing one earth-shattering sword projection after another. Heavenly god Jordan then unleashed a few casual palms to vanquish their attacks, and the shockwaves from his palms even sent them flying with blood gushing from their mouths. Only now did they truly understand just how difficult it was for Lin to battle heavenly goddess Linyu, who had a 9th-level divine halo. How could a heavenly god be weak when he used his life to cheat? Su Xiaolan was getting quite anxious for the celestial Thearchs, and she wanted to rush over to help them. However, the phoenix and the 9-colored divine vermilion bird were even faster than her. These two were the most regal and beautiful mythological beasts on the entire Tai Chu continent, and they actually didn't see eye to eye with one another when they first met. However, they couldn't help but join forces to attack one another. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird spread her wings to the extreme, and her power of the divine Tao instantly permeated the entire sky. 9 streaks of light with different attributes of the divine Tao intertwined to form a destructive tornado that hurtled toward heavenly god Jordan. Heavenly god Jordan remained expressionless, and he couldn't even be bothered to look at the incoming attack. He merely extended a palm, and an indestructible divine power shield materialized to keep the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's attack at bay. At this moment, the phoenix's heaven-crushing nirvana flames crashed down from the heavens before crashing into heavenly god Jordan's shield. The two attacks of the divine Tao finally managed to crack open his shield. Heavenly god Jordan's brows furrowed slightly. He had to find an opportunity to take care of them all at once. It was also at this moment. An extremely sharp screech suddenly erupted in the distance. This was a sound that was 10,000 times more piercing than the sound of fingernails scraping against a blackboard. And Lin was situated within the coffin, and he immediately used a spell technique to seal his ears. Su Xiaolan and Enlin both turned toward the heavenly metal god. The heavenly metal god had already summoned a silvery white liquid metal to shield herself. The ancient dragon empress had already transformed into a red and black true dragon, and her terrifying dragon might swept forth like a tsunami. Her extremely sharp claws dug viciously into the silvery white metal before slowly tearing at it. The piercing screech was coming from none other than this tearing. and Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. Hurry, Xiaolan! The ancient dragon empress and the heavenly metal god are locked in a stalemate. So this is a good opportunity. Let's go get the heavenly metal god. Chapter 1582. Su Xiaolan had initially wanted to retort to Enlin. However, her heart softened at the sight of the ancient dragon empress and the heavenly metal god's determined expression, as well as Enlin's yearning and determined expression. She still had some power left over to protect Enlin. How about she accompany Enlin for a while longer? Su Xiaolan knew that Enlin wouldn't do meaningless things. If he said he had a way to deal with the heavenly metal god, then he definitely had a way. Perhaps this was the blind confidence Su Xiaolan had in Enlin after experiencing so many things. Su Xiaolan spread open her white holy flame wings and rose into the air, leaving a silvery white streak of light in her wake as she flew toward the battlefield in the distance. The night wind blew past her intricate features, and her hair billowed like ink behind her. Her eyes reflected the moonlight, as if there were balls of holy flames within them. Su Xiaolan flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, and she soon arrived at the heavenly metal god's battlefield. Her dragon sparrow sword was abruptly unsheathed, and a burst of fiery lightning exploded forth. Heaven-crushing vermilion bird strike! An extremely vast aura erupted from her body, and she was like a vermilion bird soaring through the air. Her dragon sparrow sword was imbued with extremely powerful heaven-crushing true intent, as well as the essential power of the vermilion bird, and it struck the heavenly metal god's silvery white shield. Screech! An extremely sharp screeching sound erupted once again. The silvery white liquid metal was sliced open by the blade of the sword. An area where the blade of the sword came into contact with the shield was boiling from the extreme temperatures. The heavenly metal god was already on par with the ancient dragon empress, and now that a super mighty figure who was extremely adept in heaven-crushing techniques had joined the fray, the tables were instantly turned. Divine Phoenix Maiden. The heavenly metal god spat out Su Xiaolan's Dao title through gritted teeth. Her face was filled with hatred and rage, and she was clearly extremely displeased with her interference. The ancient dragon empress was elated. She wasn't a pushover, and she didn't believe in one-on-one battles. She had been fighting alone for so long. Finally, she had a teammate to help her. She was very happy, even if this teammate had been an enemy 100 years ago. Never would they have thought that 100 years later they would be joining forces against a heavenly god who wielded paramount power. The silvery white liquid released by the heavenly metal god was slowly approaching the brink of collapse. At this moment, her blood-red eyes suddenly released a blood-red light that hit the silver-white liquid metal. Her tone was as indifferent as a heavenly decree. Inject star level 0 degree radiation disintegration metal. The silvery white liquid metal suddenly transformed into a wriggling crimson alloy upon being injected by the crimson light. At the same time, an invisible radiation was released from the alloy before instantly enshrouding Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress bodies. In that instant, both Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress felt as if their bodies were undergoing a transformation. From the cellular level to the molecular level, the activity had dropped to the absolute freezing point, as if all activity had been lost. If it weren't for the fact that both of them had cultivated heaven-crushing techniques to protect themselves, their bodies would have been destroyed or even disintegrated by this radiation. The crimson alloy converged into a ball before flying towards Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress. The ball was extremely sinister under the night sky, and the red radiation emanating from it was boundless. Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress movements became extremely sluggish in that instant, as if they were diverting all of their power to resist the radiation. Kacha! A crack suddenly appeared on the heavenly metal god's divine halo, and her aura quickly began to wane. However, she was not panicked or enraged, as if she had already anticipated this. A cruel smile appeared on her face as she charged towards Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress, who had been temporarily repressed by the radiation, with the twisted crimson metal ball in her hand. The heavenly metal god had already prepared herself for a situation where she would not be able to escape unscathed from the moment Su Xiaolan joined the battle. She had unleashed her power that was guaranteed to be severely wounded by the backlash of the heavenly Tao in order to insta-kill the two of them. Sacrificing 800 soldiers to kill 2,000 enemies was a very worthwhile price. However, just as the heavenly metal god was rapidly approaching the two of them, the lid of the coffin behind Su Xiaolan suddenly flew off, and a white-robed figure appeared before her. And Lin flew through the air, and the earthy divine halo above his head glowed with a scintillating light. A suit of gray armor appeared over his entire body, exuding an eternal aura that kept all radiation at bay. This was the power of mountains that he had obtained from the heavenly mountain god, and it was still quite fresh. A paramount and boundless aura crashed down like a gargantuan mountain, countless of millions of feet tall, making the heavenly metal god's aura falter slightly. It was quite clear that her aura was no match for the power of mountains, and Lin's features were deathly pale as he looked at the heavenly metal god. He was clearly forcing himself to use the power of mountains. The heavenly metal god was initially taken aback by Lin's sudden appearance before an elated expression appeared on her face. "And Lin, you think you can defeat me in your current state? If you want to die, then I'll just have to kill you first. You're not in much better shape yourself." And Lin could see that the heavenly metal god was already extremely feeble, so this was the perfect opportunity to strike. The heavenly metal god was already upon him, and Lin knew that he would not be able to defeat the heavenly metal god in his current state. Hence, he pulled out a mundane-looking stone. This was a special tool that Nuwa had bestowed upon him, the heavenly stone. The heavenly stone was imbued with Nuwa's chaotic power, and it could be tossed as a rock to inflict lethal damage on one's enemy. It could be used a total of 10 times. In the past, Lin had used the heavenly stone to smash Emperor Beixing twice. He still had 8 uses left, and this was one of his trump cards. Now, he was going to use this trump card as a hack. That's right, and Lin had come here because he had his own plans. The heavenly stone was a rock, so what would happen if he were to infuse the power of the heavenly mountain god into this terrifying stone? And Lin was already frantically activating the power of the heavenly mountain god as he looked at the oncoming heavenly metal god. Victory or defeat would be decided here. Hardness maximized. The mundane-looking stone suddenly became smooth and sleek, and it also shrank to half its original size. Maximized quality. Crack, crack, crack. Space cracked open, and an inky black divine light suddenly erupted from the stone, as if it were going to engulf everything. However, a peculiar chaotic power was fusing harmoniously with the divine light emanating from the stone. In fact, the power of the stone had undergone a qualitative change, and this was a qualitative change that struck fear into Lin's heart. Maximized power of mountains. And Lin let loose an enraged roar, and the light from the divine halo above his head converged upon the stone, making it as dazzling as metal. At the same time, it was imbued with the paramount power of laws that could crush all things. Go! The stone hurtled toward the heavenly metal god like a streak of golden light. The stone was only the size of a palm, but in that instant the heavenly metal god felt as if she could see a massive divine mountain crashing down upon her with boundless might. Chapter 1583. The heavenly metal god had nowhere to run, and she immediately slashed her alloy blade projection toward the heavenly stone. Boom! The sound of metal and stone colliding erupted. The heavenly metal god felt as if she had struck an indestructible divine mountain over 1 billion feet tall, and the extremely terrifying force of the collision threatened to pulverize her entire body. The boundless and boundless weight pushed her backward continuously. But who was she? She was a heavenly god, the true heavens. No matter how big a mountain was, could it be as big as the heavens? No matter how tall a mountain was, could it be as tall as the heavens? The heavenly metal god let loose an enraged roar as paramount, divine, might erupted from her body. The power of her alloy blade projection soared once again, as if it had been forced into a corner. A crimson divine light clashed with a golden divine light in an extremely frenzied manner. It could be said that this was a clash between two powers of the heavenly gods. However, there was something different about this clash. This was because the power of the heavenly stone and Nuwa's chaotic power were imbued within the heavenly stone. A burst of chaotic power imbued with absolute nothingness erupted from the heavenly stone. A clash between two powers of the heavenly gods would result in an unstoppable force if there was a slight imbalance. Crack! The heavenly metal god's alloy blade projection began to crack open at the spot where it clashed with the heavenly stone, and the cracks quickly began to spread. The heavenly stone shattered the heavenly metal god's alloy blade projection before crashing into the heavenly metal god's chest like a shooting star. Bam! Her peerlessly indestructible metal body suffered an unprecedented blow in that instant, as if it were going to pulverize her entire being. The heavenly metal god's eyes widened, and her entire body caved in. This small stone was imbued with unimaginable power that could pulverize her entire being. The heavenly metal god had never seen such a terrifying stone before. In her eyes, a metal saber could slice through stone, but there was no way a stone could shatter metal. What kind of stone was this? Was it a hack? The heavenly metal god's imagination had been completely shattered. The metallic stone was imbued with the power to destroy all things, and it caved in and twisted her body before puncturing it. The heavenly metal god had been able to keep her body deformed even in the face of the ancient dragon empress' most powerful heaven-crushing techniques. But her body had been punctured by a small stone. The heavenly metal god's body was sent flying like a cannonball before crashing into the ground, where she left a massive crater in the ground. And Lin panted heavily as he recalled the heavenly stone. In the instant that the heavenly metal god's body was destroyed, the metal disintegrated into specks of light that disappeared into thin air. Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress regained their mobility at the same time. Both of them were astonished to see in Lin turn the tables on them. However, the ancient dragon empress was mostly astonished by Lin's strength and trump cards, while Su Xiaolan was astonished as if she were showing off, as if she were saying that her Dao partner was super powerful. Of course, they also knew that they couldn't just be shocked. The enemy had suffered heavy injuries, so what they should do now was naturally to beat the enemy when he was down. Genesis vein, sky-piercing vermilion bird slash. Su Xiaolan spread open her holy flame wings and her dragon sparrow sword, which was imbued with extremely powerful heaven-crushing true intent, as well as the essential power of the vermilion bird, fell from the sky before striking the heavenly metal god's body. The scorching blade projection was imbued with heaven-crushing intent, and it tore another ghastly gash into her body. Su Xiaolan instantly realized that the heavenly metal god was extremely feeble at this moment. If she were at the height of her powers, there was no way that she would be able to break through the heavenly metal god's defenses so easily. The heavenly metal god was extremely enraged. She had put everything she had into this desperate battle, and if everything had gone according to plan, Su Xiaolan and the ancient dragon empress wouldn't have been able to do as they pleased. Who would have thought that Lin would suddenly jump out from his coffin? Her attack, which was supposed to be able to kill 2,000 enemies at the cost of 800 damage to herself and 1,000 damage to the enemy, the ancient dragon empress descended from the sky. Her arms had already transformed into dragon arms, and there were countless stars flashing between her dragon claws. There was even a faint galaxy of stars flowing within her palms. The starry sky was boundless, and it was exactly because of its vastness that it was possible to break through everything. The ancient dragon empress was like a goddess descending from the heavens. Heaven-crushing technique, heaven-shattering star. The heavenly metal god could feel boundless death engulfing her body. If this attack were to land, it was very likely that it would inflict lethal damage to her. The heavenly metal god activated her divine halo again, and a dazzling divine halo erupted from it. The super cyclone titanium alloy with the most powerful defensive properties and tenacity enshrouded her entire body, including her head. She had no choice but to activate her armor again. Otherwise, she would die in the next second. The ancient Dragon Empress heaven-shattering star finally landed. Boom! Boundless star energy erupted from the ground below. It was as if countless dazzling stars had suddenly erupted from a single point. They converged to form a galaxy of stars, which then exploded into a realm of stars, transforming the Earth into a vast expanse of blue and silvery white stars. Furthermore, it resonated with the starry sky in the sky, thereby triggering a second explosion. The Earth began to crumble and vanish. Countless stars exploded. Extremely powerful star power proliferated forth, annihilating and destroying all things. Anlin and Su Xiaolan, as well as Xianyuan Cheng, Yiling, and Su Qianyan, all of whom were spectating from afar, had their eyes wide open as they marveled at this magnificent and powerful spell technique. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the heaven-shattering star technique. Imparting the true intent of the heaven-shattering star technique to you. All of a sudden, and Lin's mind was engulfed by a vast amount of information again. The amount of information and the power of the true intent made his head feel as if it were about to explode. And Lin gritted his teeth and endured as he absorbed everything within this spell technique. The system would automatically record all of the most powerful spell techniques of the heaven-crushing techniques and imparting them to him. What did this entail? After Qin Qin and the ancient Dragon Empress demonstration, he had finally attained all 9 of the most powerful heaven-crushing techniques. First heaven-crushing technique, Finger of the Heavenly Tao. Second heaven-crushing technique, Foot of the Heavenly Tao. Third heaven-crushing technique, Fist of the Heavenly Tao. Fourth heaven-crushing technique, Palm of the Heavenly Tao. Fifth heaven-crushing technique, Heaven-shattering star. Sixth heaven-crushing technique, Heavenly Tao Absolute Reincarnation. Seventh heaven-crushing technique, Palm of the Heavens. Eighth heaven-crushing technique, Dark Tao Disciple. Ninth heaven-crushing technique, Sword of the Heavenly Tao. So far, and Lin had only used the finger of the Heavenly Tao. Chen Chen had told him that there was no difference in power between the heaven-crushing techniques, and that any one of them would possess heaven-crushing power when cultivated to the extreme. However, there were differences in power and starting power after learning the spell techniques. From the 1st to the 9th heaven-crushing technique, the 9th was the most powerful, and Lin had only used the finger of the Heavenly Tao so far after suffering 2 self-detonations. Now then, can I use 1 or 2 other heaven-crushing techniques? And Lin began to stir with eagerness. Chapter 1584. The star energy dissipated. On the crater in a radius of several hundred kilometers, the super cyclone titanium alloy that the heavenly metal god had materialized had already shattered into pieces. Her neck was being clamped down by a sinister dragon claw, and it was getting tighter and tighter, as if it were trying to snap her neck. In front of her was a gorgeous and dignified woman who was staring at her with scarlet red eyes. Her eyes were filled with boundless and surging killing intent that was like the depths of the sea. You killed Rafaela, so I'm going to sacrifice a heavenly god to her. The ancient Dragon Empress spoke in a cold voice as boundless heaven-crushing power erupted from her hands, destroying everything in the heavenly metal god's way. Ah! The heavenly metal god let loose a blood-curdling wail. Living beings would always unleash their terrifying latent potential when forced into dire straits, and the heavenly metal god was no exception. She relinquished all defenses and took the initiative to attack the ancient Dragon Empress. The heaven-crushing power instantly tore over 10,000 wounds into the heavenly metal god's body. The heavenly metal god's sleek, inky black body was riddled with countless cracks, giving her an extremely sinister appearance. The heavenly metal god's sharp divine tool hair suddenly stood up on end before elongating toward the ancient dragon empress at an extremely fast speed. It was as if countless extremely sharp divine swords were stabbing toward the ancient dragon empress at the same time, trying to puncture her with countless holes. The ancient dragon empress focused her gaze. Evil dragon, thousand-turn wall. Countless little evil dragons wore true dragon-level armor and exuded a vast and terrifying aura as they revolved around the ancient dragon empress body, creating an impenetrable barrier. The sharp hair was imbued with paramount heavenly god laws, and it was able to pierce through all things, elevating its divine tool to a whole new level. One little evil dragon after another was punctured by the black hair. However, there was no end to the little evil dragons, and they were extremely mobile. After the old ones were punctured and pulverized, new little evil dragons would take their place. The heavenly metal god stabbed her hair in a frenzy, but she was unable to penetrate the ancient dragon empress body. "I'm going to kill you." A sinister smile appeared on the heavenly metal god's face as a dazzling divine light erupted from the divine halo above her head again. A shiny golden metal plate suddenly appeared behind the ancient dragon empress, as if the heavenly metal god and the metal plate were sandwiching her from both sides. At this moment, a vicious expression appeared on the heavenly metal god's face, and a cruel smile appeared on her face. Die. Primordial electrons. Infinite pressure. A black divine light erupted from her body and the metal plate behind the ancient dragon empress at the same time. Purplish golden lightning surged toward the ancient dragon empress at the same time. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound of thunder erupted. Terrifying arcs of electricity pierced through the void, annihilating all things. The energy was gold on top and purple on the bottom. There was a faint, grand mist force surging all around. This was the most primitive power, purple and ethereal, startling the night sky. The ancient dragon empress Little Evil Dragon was reduced to dust by the lightning. Little Evil Dragon wall quickly replenished itself, but it was nowhere near as fast as the lightning. Die, ancient dragon empress. The heavenly metal god chortled with glee as she raised the power of her primordial electrons to their maximal limits. The purplish golden electric arcs seemed to have transcended beyond the physical level and were progressing toward an even more terrifying direction. The ancient dragon empress gritted her teeth and held on with all her might. However, she knew that she really wouldn't be able to withstand this attack, and her body was about to be torn apart by this terrifying electric current. Right at this moment, the purplish golden electric current suddenly froze on the spot, as if it were a still painting. "Huh!" The heavenly metal god faltered slightly upon seeing this. The purplish golden electric current then suddenly changed directions before crashing down upon the heavenly metal god with even more terrifying power. Rumble. The heavenly metal god's body was torn apart in a frenzy by the bolts of lightning imbued with primordial power. She wasn't afraid of electricity, as she was a conductor of electricity, but the power imbued within the electric current was destroying her body in an unbridled manner. "Who gave you the confidence to use electricity against me?" The super heavenly lightning god. A white-robed man looked down from above at the heavenly metal god with a peerless aura and majesty radiating from his body. The heavenly metal god suddenly came to a sudden realization. She had forgotten that Enlin possessed the power of the heavenly lightning god. She almost threw up a mouthful of blood with this in mind. Enlin again? Why was Enlin ruining her plans again? The heavenly metal god immediately canceled her spell technique. Otherwise, she would be using her own spell technique to help her enemy attack her. In the end, she would be severely wounded again. At this moment, a woman in a jade dress charged toward her from behind, and her dragon sparrow sword whistled through the air. The heavenly metal god turned around and slapped a palm onto the blade of the sword, upon which sparks flew and an extremely sharp screeching sound erupted. The ancient dragon empress immediately pounced toward the heavenly metal god with all her might. The heavenly metal god's hair began to move again, transforming into countless divine weapons that pierced toward the ancient Dragon Empress. The ancient Dragon Empress unleashed a large number of small black evil dragons again to keep the heavenly metal god's ferocious attacks at bay. The heavenly metal god was already at the end of her tether. Her entire body was riddled with wounds, and her aura was also extremely feeble. This was the final straw that would crush her. A speck of golden light fell from the sky. Hardness maximized, mass maximized, and the power of mountains maximized. And Lin unleashed his power of mountains again without any reservation. The heavenly metal god felt as if there was a gargantuan divine mountain with no end in sight, crashing down from the sky with boundless might. She raised her head with great difficulty, and an expression of despair appeared in her eyes. The small golden stone smashed into the top of her head. Bam! Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. The golden rock crashed into the heavenly metal god's head, sending massive shock waves surging through the air. Everyone could see that the golden rock had caved in the inky black metal, and it was as if an unstoppable force had converged upon it. The earth caved in again from the shock waves of the collision. The top of the heavenly metal god's head also caved in, and it was only getting deeper and deeper. Her blood-curdling cries reverberated through the air. A sharp crack suddenly erupted, as if something had been broken. The golden heavenly rock tore through the heavenly metal god's head, piercing through her neck, her chest, her abdomen, and finally her lower body before crashing into the ground below. Regardless of whether it was Su Xiaolan, the ancient Dragon Empress, or Shen Yuancheng and the others, all of them were dumbstruck upon seeing this. Even the culprit in Lin couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath upon seeing the scenes unfolding before his eyes. He had envisioned using the heavenly rock to cave in or even flatten the heavenly metal god's head. However, never would he have thought that he would be able to penetrate the heavenly metal god's entire body. There was a massive hole in the heavenly metal god's head, and she still raised her head with difficulty to look up at Enlin with indignation in her eyes. Never would she have thought that she, the most powerful metal in the heavenly metal god, would be smashed to death by a rock. The divine halo shattered violently before disintegrating into specks of light. Thump! The heavenly metal god's body stiffened before plummeting to the ground like a piece of scrap metal. Her inky black body also quickly evaporated like snow under the scorching sun. The once powerful heavenly metal god was finally dead. She had been killed by a rock falling from the sky. Chapter 1585. A huge amount of information suddenly appeared in Enlin's mind, and the system kept flashing. Congratulations to host for breaking through to the second layer of divine weapon Genesis Chi. Congratulations to host for breaking through to the third layer of divine weapon Genesis Chi. Congratulations to host for breaking through to the fourth layer of divine weapon Genesis Chi. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to host for breaking through to the ninth layer of divine weapon Genesis Chi. His metal cultivation technique had been cultivated to the highest level, and he had obtained the metal authority. A strange energy began to fuse into Enlin's body, and Lin's entire body trembled violently as he cried out in both pleasure and pain, "Ah! Ah!" Su Xiaolan stepped through the air and appeared next to Enlin in a flash. She looked at Enlin with a concerned expression and whispered, "Did you swallow someone else's authority again? Did you obtain a new authority? It's a very satisfying pain, isn't it?" Enlin was at a loss for words in the face of Xiaolan's 3 fatal attacks. As expected of Xiaolan, she was able to see through it with a single glance at this moment. Even the ancient Dragon Empress couldn't help but fly over. Her sleeves had been completely destroyed, revealing a pair of arms that were as fair as jade. She seemed to be a little exhausted from the battle, and her arms were hanging feebly by her sides. Her beautiful crimson eyes blinked as she sized up Enlin with curiosity. Moments later, she saw that Enlin was no longer in so much pain, so she asked hesitantly, You can absorb all of the powers of the heavenly Tao?" In the battle just now, she had clearly sensed that Lin had used the power of the Heavenly God series, that kind of supreme, heavenly might and supreme nomological power could not be faked. And Lin nodded, lightly admitting it. With so many witnesses present, it was easy to guess. There was really no need to hide it. After receiving confirmation from Lin, the ancient Dragon Empress couldn't help but take a deep breath. She didn't say anything and merely looked up into the sky with a disconsolate expression. Under the moonlight, a hint of gentleness and beauty appeared on her face. The heavenly metal god's death created another massive stir on the battlefield. The extermination team members were the most excited, and some of them even began to cheer. Is there a god an MVP? Yao Mingshi, the diehard fan, waved his immortal sword with excitement. Big Brother and really is bad **. He killed heavenly goddess Lin Yu, the heavenly mountain god, and the heavenly metal god. Woof! Dabai also waved his claws. Reality has proven that even if sect leader Lin were to slack off for 100 years, your papa would still be your papa upon his return. No one can change that. Fan number 2, Sun Yulua, stared at the white figure with a scorching light in his eyes. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Don't forget the efforts of your teammates. And Lin wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a feat on his own. A smile appeared on Shen Yuancheng's handsome face. That's right. Without the full cooperation of the Celestial Darch, Su Xiaolan, and the ancient Dragon Empress, it would be quite difficult for Lin to defeat a heavenly god. Su Qianyun nodded in agreement. That's right. This is a team battle, after all, so we can't ignore the contributions of the Celestial Darch and the others. Bai Ling corrected with a cold expression. What I mean is, don't forget that without the support of my heaven-crushing cannon, Lin and Su Xiaolan would still be buried in that mountain. Su Qianyan, Shen Yuancheng, all of the spectators. So this was what you were referring to when you said you couldn't forget the efforts of your teammates. On the heavenly god, Jordan battlefield, the Celestial Darch, who was struggling to hold on, chortled with glee again. Look, heavenly god Jordan, so what if you give up your life for this battle? The heavenly mountain god is dead. The heavenly metal god is also dead. The celestial thearch's expression gradually turned cold. And you are going to die for sure. What awaits all of you is total annihilation. Heavenly god Jordan had completely repressed his emotions after activating his 9th divine halo. But his brows were slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of pain and conflict in his eyes. His eyes also drifted toward the heavenly metal god, only to be greeted by the sight of an empty heaven and earth that had been completely destroyed. Thinking back to when he had decided to activate his 9th divine halo, the heavenly mountain god had suddenly appeared and told him that there was no need to sacrifice himself, and that they could take care of everything. At that time, 2 great heavenly deities appeared at the same time, shocking everyone. What kind of glory was this? What kind of power was this? Now, heavenly god Jordan was still alive, but both of the heavenly gods had perished. No, he had activated his 9th divine halo, so he wasn't far from death. How sorrowful and ironic was this within the battlefield between Qin Qin and the heavenly earth god. The 2 of them were still locked in a stalemate. Chen Qin spoke in an indifferent voice. Let's see. Can you still say that you're going to win? The heavenly earth god fell silent. He looked up at the sky, then at the earth, before finally turning his eyes on Lin. His aura was completely concealed, as if he had fused with heaven and earth, and no one was able to detect his presence. He's more dangerous than you, the heavenly earth god suddenly said. A rare smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. That's a good thing. A mocking smile appeared on the heavenly earth god's face. It's a pity that I exposed myself too early. I'm going to kill him the next time we meet. You won't be able to do that with me around, Qin Qin said in a firm voice. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Chen Qin and the heavenly earth god looked at each other, and it seemed as if sparks were clashing in the air. Within heavenly god Jordan's battlefield, Space crumbled, and mountains and rivers surged. One earth-shattering spell technique after another lit up the night sky, making heaven and earth as bright as day. The Phoenix unleashed its most powerful killing technique again, the heaven-crushing Nirvana flames. However, the flames were blasted apart by a single punch from Jordan, and its body was knocked flying for several hundred kilometers. It was clearly a mythological beast of the highest caliber, but it was almost obliterated by that one attack. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird unleashed her 9-colored divine Tao in an attempt to keep heavenly god Jordan at bay, only to be shattered by a single palm from heavenly god Jordan. Even the 9-colored divine vermilion bird was knocked flying by his palm, and the 9-colored divine vermilion bird let loose a shrill cry. After that, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird never returned. Black spirit snake, white spirit snake, and the celestial darch were also fighting with all their might, and they had sustained many injuries, but they were still on the back foot. However, they could see hope. The divine halo above heavenly god Jordan's head was already cracked, and the black vein patterns all over his body were becoming darker and darker. Heavenly god Jordan had also realized this, and his expression darkened even further. "I'm going to use my final technique to end all of you." He suddenly stood still, and boundless darkness that threatened to engulf all things erupted from the divine halo above his head, obscuring the starlight and moonlight. The celestial darch, white spirit snake, and black spirit snake's expressions shifted at the same time. "Ha ha ha! What a powerful aura! I'll take you back after I retrieve my heaven-crushing seal." The celestial darch chortled with glee as he flew into the distance. "I'm going back to retrieve my number 2 treasured sword. Just you wait." Black spirit snake's tail whipped through the air as she flew toward another direction. White spirit snake racked her brains. "I'll go." White spirit snake also flew off in different directions as she spoke. She didn't even look back. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. Heavenly god Jordan's sinister smile froze on his face. Chapter 1586. Weren't we supposed to fight to the death? Weren't we supposed to unleash our ultimate techniques to show you how terrifying I am? What was going on with the heaven cataclysmic seal? What was going on with the number 2 treasure sword? What the F***CK was going on? What the F***CK? Heavenly god Jordan's eyes widened, and he finally couldn't help but let loose a string of expletives. The 3 of them were flying in different directions, clearly trying to escape in different directions so that he wouldn't be able to catch up to them. There was no one else in the world who could talk about escape in such a bold and confident manner. Indignation, exasperation, indignation. Heavenly god Jordan surveyed his surroundings like a ravenous beast. Bai Ling also flew into the distance on her spatial white fairy, carrying Shenyuan Cheng, Xiaohong Dabai, and the others, Su Xiaolin, carried Enlin on her back in her coffin, and escaped extremely quickly using her vermilion bird movement technique. The ancient dragon empress was severely wounded, and she was struggling to keep up with Su Xiaolin. As for the 9-colored divine vermilion bird and the phoenix, they were already preparing to flee when heavenly god Jordan had slapped them away, and they immediately turned tail and fled. When it came to fleeing, mythological beasts like them were the best. At this moment, all of the extermination team members began to flee in unison, as if they had rehearsed this. Heavenly god Jordan was instantly plunged into an extremely awkward situation. The state of 9 divine rings was an irreversible body detonation art. The longer he stayed in this state, the easier it would be for his life force to suffer a backlash. In his current state, there was no way he could withstand the flow of time. No, even if he was going to die, he was going to take a few of his enemies down with him. Heavenly god Jordan made up his mind, and he turned back to everyone else. They all ran in different directions at the same time because they were certain that he couldn't kill everyone and could only target one person. In fact, he might not even be able to catch up to a single one of them due to the fact that he had lost the initiative. Everything had happened far too abruptly, and Heavenly God Jordan was dazed for a split second, thereby missing out on the best opportunity to pursue his enemies. Ah, I'm so angry. Heavenly God Jordan was about to go crazy. He had used his life as the price to obtain absolute power, but his enemies ran away without saying a word, and all of them ran away. Where are your faces? Where is your dignity? What happened to your heroic words of slaying gods and breaking the heavens? Did he feed it all to the dogs? Wait a minute. It seemed like there was still one person who hadn't escaped. Heavenly God Jordan faltered slightly before turning toward the only two people who hadn't moved. Chun Chen and the Heavenly Earth God were still locked in a standoff, as if they couldn't see him. Chin Chin, the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. Danger level, heaven rank. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Heavenly God Jordan murmured to himself as his eyes gradually lit up. He didn't chase after the Celestial Darch and the others. Wasn't there the best hunting target here? Without the Celestial Darch, Black Spirit Snake, and the other powerful beings standing in his way, this was the perfect hunting environment for him. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. At this moment, Heavenly God Jordan had already reached the God of Creation stage, and his spell techniques were extremely unfathomable, so he naturally possessed exceptional judgment. Chun Chen and the Heavenly Earth God were in a delicate balance. If this balance were to be disrupted, Chun Chen would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Sacrificing myself to kill the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect is worth it. Heavenly God Jordan's body flashed as he charged toward the youth with an extremely feeble aura. He had lost the opportunity to kill the Celestial Darch, but he now had an additional opportunity to kill Chin Chin. Heavenly God Jordan was trembling with excitement. In the eyes of the heavenly human tribe, Chun Chin was more important than 3 celestial thearchs. He was a target that the heavenly gods had to kill. Rumble, a boundless, terrifying aura swept forth. It was like a boundless ocean, like a boundless plateau of snow and ice, like a star that struck despair into the onlooker's heart, like the entire world. Heavenly God Jordan unleashed his full power, and his aura was comparable to that of a god of creation's stage mighty figure. The black divine halo above his head released a dark, silk-like light, which draped a dark feather cloak over his body. It was as if all living beings in this world were being sucked in as well. With the assistance of the dark feather cloak, Heavenly God Jordan's speed was elevated explosively once again, and it was as if he had transcended beyond this world. Even the Celestial Darch and the others were unable to keep up with Heavenly God Jordan's speed. Heavenly God Jordan plunged a hand into the air before dragging an inky black energy sword out of thin air. The energy sword was completely inky black, as if it were a boundless universe. There were 9 peculiar stars shimmering within the universe. 2 stars were situated on either end of the blade of the sword, and they were purple and dreamy. At the center of the blade, there was a golden star that was as dazzling as a star, a blue star that was as blue as the ocean, a white star that was as ethereal as mist, a green star that was brimming with vitality, a clear and translucent orange star, and a sinister red star. There was also the most important star. It was situated at the tip of the sword, and it was so dark and gloomy that it seemed as if it were going to engulf all of the stars in this world. Not only that, but it was also going to engulf and destroy everything in this world. The power of the 9 divine halos converged into the sword. Heavenly God technique, sword of heaven and earth, darkness of origin. Heavenly God Jordan charged toward Chin Chin before slashing down with the sword of darkness in his hand. The sword of heaven and earth was imbued with the laws of darkness, and it was going to engulf everything, regardless of whether it was the earth, the starry sky, the moonlight, the dust drifting through the air, or even the air, or even space itself. Everything was going to be reduced to eternal darkness and boundless chaos. Boom! Darkness enshrouded the space within a radius of over 500 kilometers, as if it were a massive black ball. There was a power of annihilation wreaking havoc within the ball. Slicing power, gravitational power, death power, karma power. All types of powers were attached to the power of darkness, making it even more terrifying. The Celestial Arch and the others were astonished upon seeing this. Just this attack alone was enough to destroy an entire city or even an entire nation. In fact, in a small world like Earth, just this sort of heaven and earth would most likely be able to tear the entire planet into pieces. Thank God we got away in time. And Lin looked up at the earth-shattering explosion with lingering fear in his heart, and he swallowed nervously. If Heavenly God Jordan had chased after them, then there was almost no chance that they would have been able to survive this attack. Even Lin was so scared, so Sun Yulua, Yao Mingxi, the Fifth Sage, and Dubai were all deathly pale with fear. If Heavenly God Jordan had chased after them, then they would have died for sure. Even though Sun Yulua and the others knew that Heavenly God Jordan wouldn't chase after them, and Lin and the Celestial Arch were far more valuable than they were. This was also why Lin and the Celestial Arch were able to escape without any qualms. If they could escape, then it would be a win. If they couldn't escape, then they would just have to fight again. Thus, their escape team inexplicably shifted the blame to Chin Chin. Everyone's hearts were on edge at this moment. Chin Chin, was he going to be all right? Chapter 1587. The black halo of light concealed everything. It also unleashed an extremely terrifying engulfment power, which sucked the surrounding plants and earth into the halo of light in a frenzy before annihilating them. The halo of light encompassed an area of over 500 kilometers, but the destructive power it unleashed was over 1,000 kilometers or even 1,500 kilometers. This was an apocalyptic spell technique. Su Xiaolan and the others were only able to avoid being sucked into the black halo of light by relying on their own powers to defend themselves. All of them stared at the halo of light with anxiety and concern for Chin Chin. The halo of light was able to engulf all things, including the divine sense that entered it, so they had no idea what was going to happen within the halo of light. Not long after that, the black halo of light began to shrink. A bottomless, black crater had been engulfed into the ground, and there was nothing there. Space shattered and chaotic winds wreaked havoc, annihilating everything in the surrounding area. There was no longer any material object within a radius of over 500 kilometers. And Lin knew that when the spell technique was unleashed, even light would be engulfed, and even Tao would crumble and be destroyed. This was true destruction. For all things, the result was an eternity of darkness, and nothing was spared. Everyone stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes with trepidation in their hearts. Everything had been destroyed. Would Chin Chin, who was situated at the very center of the spell technique, still be safe? When the black halo of light shrank to its smallest size, everyone's heart jolted with shock. There was a piece of land hovering in midair. No, to put it more accurately, the piece of land had already been annihilated into nothingness. There was only a piece of land left in the surrounding area. A young man in a coarse linen robe stood barefoot on the piece of land, looking up at the heavenly earth god with an indifferent expression on his face, as if nothing had happened. However, the strange white halo of light emanating from his body was a clear indication of his extraordinariness. Within the white halo of light, every blade of grass, every pebble, every speck of dust was different from the outside world. There was no longer any land beneath the heavenly earth god's feet, but he still stood in midair, as if there was no power that could shake him. He looked at the ring of light that Chin Chin had released and narrowed his eyes. A self-created world, a spotless land. So you've already reached the final step of visualizing the universe, and you can already use your inner universe to influence reality. Chin Chin ignored the heavenly earth god and turned to look at heavenly god Jordan, who was standing outside the white barrier of light with a blank expression on his face. Heavenly god Jordan's face was still filled with incredulity. Even if he racked his brains, he would never have imagined that his full power attack, a terrifying attack that was comparable to a Genesis tear strike with 9 divine halos, would actually be completely unscathed by Chun-Chin. Chun-Chin looked at Heavenly God Jordan expressionlessly. "Are you done?" Heavenly God Jordan faltered slightly upon hearing this, as if he didn't understand what Enlin was implying. Chun-Chin said coldly, "If you're done, then scram." He waved a hand toward Heavenly God Jordan. Heavenly God Jordan's heart jolted, but before he had a chance to do anything, his body was struck by a heavy blow. His chest caved in, and his bones and flesh were instantly pulverized. Terrifying power, extremely fast speed. Heavenly God Jordan didn't even have a chance to resist. He threw up a mouthful of blood and was blasted flying for several hundred kilometers before transforming into a black in the distance, in the extremely far distance. And Lin and the others were also completely incredulous upon seeing this. Sun Yulua. He blocked Heavenly God Jordan's most powerful attack and remained unscathed? The Fist Sage. He slapped Heavenly God Jordan flying with a single palm. Dabai, Holy Mother of God Woof. They knew that Chun-Chen was bad *SS, but they didn't know that he was this bad *SS. And Lin couldn't help but turn to the ancient Dragon Empress beside him, only to discover that she was also staring at Chun-Chen with astonishment and amazement on her face. And Lin. So even the 4th heavenly disciple didn't know how bad *SS the 2nd heavenly disciple was. And Lin thought about this for a moment, and he suddenly felt like something wasn't quite right. The heavenly time god was the most powerful heavenly god below the paramount heavenly gods, and even though she had been completely crushed during her battle against Chun-Chen, she had at least managed to wound him. Heavenly God Jordan's 9th divine halo seemed to be no weaker than the heavenly time god. So why couldn't he even wound a single hair on Chun-Chen's body? This didn't make any sense. Chun-Chen seemed to be able to sense Enlin's confusion, and he turned to look at Enlin with a rare patient expression. I observed countless worlds in that strange space and attained some enlightenment, and Lin was extremely flattered by this sudden revelation. Big Boss Chun-Chen, you should focus on your opponent. There's no need to tell me this at a time like this. This delicate-looking youth was cold and aloof to everyone except Enlin. This was something that everyone could sense even more clearly now. Su Xiaolan turned to look at the man behind her with a suspicious expression. The ancient Dragon Empress also turned to look at Enlin with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. And Lin was completely befuddled. Xiaolan, let me explain. Also, big sister ancient Dragon Empress, what's with that look in your eyes? There's no need to explain. I'm not suspecting you, Su Xiaolan said with a smile. My master treats you better than he treats me. The ancient Dragon Empress pursed her lips. And Lin, he had fallen into an emotional vortex because of Chun-Chen? What the hell was going on? However, and Lin really didn't think that Chun-Chen would be able to make such a major breakthrough in the strange space created by the heavenly time god's self-detonation. At the time, he was only focused on finding his way back. Was this what it meant to have an exceptional aptitude? A sharp light suddenly flashed through the heavenly earth god's golden eyes as he stared at Chun-Chen. There's an opening. He made a peculiar hand seal with his left hand, and his palm faced the sky while his index finger pointed toward the ground. The earth tremored as boundless energy from the veins of the earth flowed for over 1,500 kilometers before converging beneath the heavenly earth god's feet and surging toward his body through his index finger. At the same time, he unleashed a vertical slash toward Chun-Chen with his right hand. This was an indescribably vast and boundless power. The bluish-yellow blade projection was extremely condensed, but it wasn't very spectacular. It was only around 1,000 feet in length, which was just the distance between the heavenly earth god and Chun-Chen. However, none of the mighty figures dared to underestimate this attack. They could sense a power so vast that it struck them with a sense of insignificance. People often referred to a person's blind confidence as an overestimation of their own abilities. As for Lin and the others, they were witnessing the immensity of heaven and earth with their own eyes, so they were truly struck by just how minuscule they were. For example, the power imbued within the heavenly earth god Slash was so vast that it struck despair into the onlookers' hearts. Just looking at it from afar, they were struck by an instinctive sense of horror that made it difficult to breathe. It was as if a boundless continent were crashing toward them. As opposed to calling this bluish-yellow blade projection, it was more accurate to refer to it as a boundless continent with boundless mass, and it was crashing directly into Qin Chen's spotless land. Chapter 1588. Chun Chen's expression was still as calm as ever, but it had also become a little more solemn. Perhaps this was a sign of respect toward the paramount heavenly god for taking the initiative. The greenish-yellow blade projection crashed directly into the white barrier of light. Back then, Qin had used this very same barrier of light to block heavenly god Jordan's heaven and earth final sword without sustaining any damage. It wasn't as earth-shattering as he had imagined. The blade projection struck the white barrier of light, but it didn't even make a sound. It was as if it had fallen into the calm surface of a lake, sending soundless ripples surging through the air. The ripples on the white barrier of light were imbued with some kind of power that could keep all things at bay. Chun Chen was very close to the heavenly earth god, but he also felt like he was extremely far away, as if he didn't belong to the same world. Unless he transcended beyond this world, he wouldn't be able to touch him. The heavenly earth god was hurtling toward him with a continent in his hand, only to discover that they didn't belong to the same world. So how was he supposed to strike his opponent? Not only that, but the heavenly earth god discovered that the blade projection in his hand was also quickly dissipating. It was being absorbed by the white barrier of light unleashed by Chun Chen before transforming into a very special type of energy that didn't seem to belong to this world. The heavenly earth god showed no signs of stopping upon seeing this. Instead, he slashed downward with even more force, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Qin, this is your downfall. You tried to absorb my power, analyze my power, and then figure out how to defeat me. However, in order to absorb my power, there has to be a point where it's connected to this world. That point is the true flaw of your spotless realm. Countless streams of information flashed through the heavenly earth god's eyes. Divine calculation, analyzing and calculating all things in this world. Everything in this world became extremely clear to him, from matter, laws, karma, everything from the sun, moon, and stars to the microscopic particles. All of them had no secrets in his eyes. Even the most powerful analytical technique was unable to analyze an absolutely perfect spell technique. However, Qin Chen's spotless realm was clearly not complete. It was not perfect. Seeing as it was not perfect, his analytical technique would be able to pinpoint its fatal flaw. As long as he could break through Qin Chen's self-created world, he would be able to secure victory. From there, he would be able to kill all of the living beings present. However, when he received the results of the analysis, he was stunned. At that moment, the heavenly earth god felt as if he could see destruction and creation, as well as termination and rebirth. He could see the end of all Tao and the destruction of the heavenly Tao. He could also see the boundless light of human Tao being reforged into the heavenly Tao. The heavenly earth god was rooted to the spot as a boundless sense of peril engulfed his entire body, and he became even more determined to kill Qin. I see. Your spotless realm absorbs the power of my attacks through destruction and creation. The heavenly earth god mused. Qin looked at the amber-like youth in front of him with an indifferent expression and nodded lightly. This is my flaw. If you have the courage to be destroyed by me once, why don't you come and try my world? The heavenly earth god's eyelids twitched. He had assumed that Qin Chen's spotless land had a special hole that could absorb his power. That way, he would be able to use that hole as an opening to break through. However, the art of divination told him that Chen Chen's own world was like a meat grinder. If he wanted to enter, he would first have to be destroyed. How could it be the same? It wasn't the same at all. Destruction before creation and absorption before transformation were two completely different things. Chen Chen's flaw could be said to be a display of power by the Creator. Chen Chen was still looking at the heavenly earth god with an indifferent expression. However, the heavenly earth god felt as if he could see through Chen Chen's eyes. You can come and attack me, but let's see if you can withstand the destructive power of my own world. After all, the flaw in Chen Chen's spotless realm was only a flaw that wasn't really a flaw. Did the heavenly earth god have the courage to enter Chen Chen's world? If he could withstand the destructive power of Chen Chen's own world, perhaps he would be able to kill Chen Chen as soon as he entered. However, if he couldn't, then death would await him. The greenish-yellow blade projection was still tearing through the white halo in a frenzy. Boundless weight and boundless energy crashed toward the white halo in a frenzy, as if they were trying to flatten it. If a normal Tao integration stage super mighty figure were to be struck by the power of an entire continent, they would definitely be reduced to mincemeat in an instant. However, it couldn't even break through a single barrier. The heavenly earth god didn't enter Chen Chen's white halo, but he didn't give up on attacking either. He was going to crush Chen Chen's spotless realm with absolute power. The power of the greenish-yellow blade projection was constantly being destroyed before being absorbed by the white halo. However, the power of the blade projection seemed to be boundless, and no matter how much it was absorbed, it would continue to grow. There was no end in sight. An unimaginably massive weight weighed down upon Chen Chen's shoulders. Chen Chen understood what the heavenly earth god was trying to do. Was he trying to compete in endurance? The heavenly earth god's eyes lit up, and he slammed the greenish-yellow blade projection downward with all his might. Boundless gravitational force crashed downward, as if a boundless continent were crashing into it over and over again. This level of attack was already so terrifying that it was as if a god of creation were crashing down upon Chen Chen with a world of its own. The spotless realm could absorb his energy? That's fine. Go ahead. Let's see how long you can last. The heavenly earth god's battle intent surged. He really wanted to see if his blade of earth would last longer, or if Chen Chen's spotless realm would. That's right, if he couldn't break through the spotless realm, then he would just have to wait until the spotless realm disappeared before slaying Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded. That's a good idea. This is indeed the best way to break through my defenses. Your attack is as boundless as the earth itself, and as soon as its power begins to wane, new power from the veins of the earth will immediately be injected into it. If I want to last until the power of your blade projection disappears, I'll probably have to absorb the power of the earth equivalent to half of the southern heavenly wing nation. How big was half of the southern heavenly wing nation? That was the power of the earth equivalent to more than 10 earths. As soon as the power of the earth was absorbed by Chen Chen, the heavenly earth god would immediately replenish it, and boundless gravitational force would be enough to crush any living being. Both sides persisted in this way, and the world seemed to have become quiet. And Lin and the others swallowed silently and were hesitating about whether they should intervene. Would they be more of a hindrance if they intervened in a battle of this caliber? Everyone had the same concern, and Lin thought about it for a moment before deciding not to dwell on this issue. He swallowed an immortal pill to recover from his injuries. Time ticked by. The positions of the greenish-yellow earth blade and Chen Chen's dustless land did not change in the slightest. It really was like a painting. A faint sigh suddenly broke the silence. Chen Chen looked at the heavenly earth god. It's a pity that you were too impatient. Chapter 1589. Chen Chen slowly extended his right hand. Perhaps your sword of earth has the upper hand in terms of endurance. However, there's no need for me to be locked in a stalemate with you. The heavenly earth god's pupils contracted slightly, and he instinctively sensed danger approaching. boundless golden light had already erupted from Qin Chen's right hand. This was an extremely terrifying and boundless power of the earth, which was very similar to the heavenly earth god's power, but also different. This was because its source was the world that Changqin resided in. Don't forget that I've been absorbing your power this entire time. The reason why I haven't attacked you for so long is because I want to absorb more power of the earth. Qin extended a single index finger. His index finger expanded infinitely in the heavenly earth god's eyes, as if this finger was the only real thing in this entire world, and everything else could be destroyed by it. Heavenly earth god, let me tell you a secret. Qin looked at the heavenly earth god, and a faint smile appeared on his face. When I unleash my spotless realm, I can attack. He pointed a finger forward, and boundless golden light pierced through the darkness and lit up the heavens. Finger of the heavenly Tao. The space within a radius of over 50 kilometers was instantly shattered into a realm of chaos. The heavenly earth god could sense an extremely pure burst of heaven-crushing intent from that finger. Most importantly, that heaven-crushing intent had fused together with the extremely vast and terrifying power of the earth. This was the power of the earth that Qin had absorbed from the heavenly earth god, which he had destroyed and recreated to create his own power of the earth before returning it all to him. The heavenly Tao was the principle of the operation of all things, the supreme Tao of the unseen world. It was the foundation of this world and the law upon which all things existed. It was invisible, but it could be seen everywhere. It was uncontested, but it determined the laws of this world. It was the most mighty Tao, as well as the most invincible Tao. However, Qin's fingers seemed to be telling the heavenly Tao that no matter what it was, he was going to completely crush it. As one of the paramount heavenly gods, the heavenly earth god was struck by a sense of peril and threat for the first time. The authority of heaven, the existence of heaven, had been severely challenged at this moment. It was already impossible for him to withdraw his sword of earth to defend himself as the finger was falling too quickly. In the instant that the finger of the heavenly Tao fell, countless pure, white crystals materialized on the heavenly earth god's body before forming a suit of shimmering silver armor. Earth Tao armor. Bang! The finger of the heavenly Tao finally clashed with the heavenly earth god. It was as if a star had exploded. Extremely dazzling light illuminated the dark night and even turned it into a vast expanse of gold. Other than the light of the finger of the heavenly Tao, there was nothing else. The light even lit up the entire southern heavenly wing nation, painting the lush green earth with a golden sheen. Hundreds of millions of birds were either interrupted in their cultivation or awakened from their slumber before turning toward the southernmost region of the southern heavenly wing nation with shock and horror on their faces. They didn't know what was happening there. The light emitted from that place was too dazzling, and the true intent contained within it was too terrifying. Although they were very far away, they all felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The heaven-crushing metal energy tore through the earth, creating a golden passageway with no end in sight. The earth was torn apart for thousands of kilometers. Tens of thousands of mountains, countless trees, and even a large number of living beings were affected by the shock waves of the battle. They were engulfed by the energy and completely disappeared from the world. And Lin and the others were completely unable to see what was happening. They were about to be blinded by the terrifying golden light. However, even though the light was extremely dazzling, no one could bear to look away. This was an extremely crucial battle that would determine whether the southern heavenly gate could be broken, as well as their future fates. Even Black Spirit Snake, the Celestial Arch, and White Spirit Snake of the Heaven Mending Sect were hoping that Qin would win this battle. The golden light quickly dissipated, and everything returned to normal, leaving behind a ghastly rift that extended into infinity and beyond, illustrating just how terrifying the finger of the heavenly Tao was. The finger of the heavenly Tao is able to unleash such terrifying power by fusing with the power of the earth? And Lin was a little dumbstruck. This technique was more powerful than any of the techniques Chen Qin had unleashed against the heavenly time god. It had completely exceeded his imagination. I don't know. I've never seen Master use a spell technique like this. The ancient Dragon Empress was also astonished, and her crimson eyes glowed with a faint light. At the center of the battlefield, the white halo had already disappeared. The only piece of land that was hovering in the air had already been pulverized. The heavenly earth god's hand was still in the position of swinging down his sword, but the limitless, greenish-yellow sort of light was no longer in his hand. A young man in linen garments stood in midair, and he extended his index finger before stabbing it into the heavenly earth god's thick armor of earth. A small hole had punctured through the heavenly earth god's semi-transparent armor. However, everyone knew what this entailed. Chen Chen's attack had wounded the heavenly earth god, and Lin almost jumped out of his coffin with excitement. Even the paramount heavenly gods of the heavenly Tao were not invincible beings. This was clearly a boost to the human race's morale. The heavenly earth god looked down at Chen Chen's finger and took a deep breath. "Why aren't you pulling it out yet?" the heavenly earth god asked in a cold voice. Chen Chen's expression remained unchanged. "It's rare for me to be able to stab it in, so I want to rub against it first." The heavenly earth god, all of the onlookers, extremely terrifying energy, fluctuations suddenly erupted from the heavenly earth god's body. Chen Chen immediately withdrew his hand at lightning speed before looking at the heavenly earth god as if nothing had happened. The heavenly earth god was also staring at Chen Chen. The two of them fell silent, and it was as if they had returned to that peculiar standoff from before. Chen Chen extended his other index finger. The heavenly earth god's eyelids twitched slightly. "Why aren't you leaving? If you don't, I'll give you another finger." A hint of a smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. Even though he couldn't keep the heavenly earth god here, he wasn't afraid of fighting him. The heavenly earth god did not appear to have been humiliated. Instead, he looked at Chen Chen with a serious expression before turning to look at Lin, the ancient dragon empress, Su Xiaolan, the celestial arch, white spirit snake. He seemed to want to remember every living being in this battle. He didn't even let go of the flower and the dog. He glanced at them all. None of the members of the extermination team could escape his gaze. "The next time we meet, none of you will survive." The heavenly earth god spoke in an indifferent voice as his body transformed into a streak of golden light that merged into the earth. Chen Chen raised his head, his clear and bright eyes gazing at the horizon where the sky and the earth intersected. He said softly, "Is it heading east?" Chapter 1590. Everyone faltered for a long time after the heavenly earth god's departure. In the end, everyone erupted into raucous cheers. The heavenly earth god really ran away? That's unbelievable. Great, we won. It wasn't easy, Wah. There were many times when I thought we were going to lose. That's not all. There were many times when I thought we were going to die. It's a pity that big sister Rafaela, sigh, everyone was either whooping with excitement or sighing with melancholy. The only thing that made their hearts ache was that the gentle and beautiful Raphael had fallen just like that, leaving them forever. There was no way that a battle of this caliber could go unscathed. In fact, the fact that there were so few casualties was already far beyond everyone's expectations. It could be said that this was a resounding victory. Even though they were consoling themselves, they were still unable to repress the grief in their hearts. Su Xiaolan slowly descended to the ground, and Lin emerged from his coffin. His body was very feeble, and his features were extremely pale, but he was forcing himself not to faint. Everyone turned to look at the ancient dragon empress. Chen Chen's body flashed, and he also appeared beside the ancient dragon empress. Bai Ling also flew toward them from afar in her spatial, white fairy spacecraft. The phoenix and the 9-colored divine vermilion bird circled in the sky, lighting up the night sky with a vibrant glow. Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyun, Tina, Xiaohong, Sun Yulua, and the fifth sage all emerged from the spacecraft. The ancient Dragon Empress storage ring flashed, and a beautiful woman appeared from within. Her body had already been completely healed by the ancient Dragon Empress. She had her hands crossed over her lower abdomen, and her eyes were closed in a peaceful manner. Her skin was still jade white and translucent, while the soft, white angel robe stuck closely to her delicate body, and it brought out the graceful and exquisite curves of her body. Moreover, her beautiful and flawless face faintly revealed a wisp of laziness, causing her to seem like a celestial maiden in deep sleep, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Everyone's hearts throbbed with pain at the sight of her beautiful features. Most of them had interacted with Raphaela at some point in time. The ancient Dragon Empress was their teacher when they were cultivating heaven-crushing techniques, and Raphaela was their best healer when they were injured or exhausted. If anyone was injured during cultivation, she would immediately rush over to treat their injuries. Her gentle smile and moving eyes had once made the hearts of all of the 4-9 immortal sects higher up sway. At that time, Raphael gave them the most meticulous care and left a super deep impression on them. However, they did not expect that the most gentle and kind woman would end up in the most miserable state in this battle. If not for Raphael, I would have died in this battle long ago. And Lin looked at the woman lying on the ground with reddened eyes and sighed softly. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. She healed us from our severe injuries, so even after her death, the Tao integration stage feedback is still focused on us. If not for that, we wouldn't have the strength to fight the other heavenly gods at all. She really is a very good woman, and Lin said. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The two of them had been the closest to where Raphael had fallen, so they had received the most blessings. Not only had they experienced Raphael's divine Tao intent, but they had also witnessed her entire life. Raphael had always been very kind. She didn't mind fighting, and she often helped other children who were in trouble. She did not know how to fight, so the first spell she learned was the healing spell. Every time she used the healing spell on a child who was injured in an accident, she would see them smiling and crying instead of crying. She would feel happy from the bottom of her heart and become more determined to learn the healing spell. How wonderful would it be if she could see the people around her no longer suffering from the torment of illness? I want to become more powerful so that more people can smile again. Little Raphael's goal was very simple. She wanted to heal more people. However, even she didn't think that this goal would take countless years. She had saved countless living beings in her life. There were those who were afflicted by diseases, those who were poisoned, those who had been cursed, those whose species had deteriorated, and those whose bloodlines had collapsed. Raphael used her own efforts time and time again to make these tortured living beings see the beauty and hope of life. That's right, countless living beings revered her as the #1 goddess of the Tai Chu continent, not only because of her beauty, but also because she had saved countless living beings with her peerless healing spell techniques. In the end, Raphael became the first living being on the Tai Chu continent to progress to the Tao integration stage through the power of healing. When the heavenly human tribe attacked and the human race was facing destruction, she was the first one to stand up in the holy paradise and say that she wanted to help the human race. She couldn't just watch as a race was destroyed, even though the Lightwing clan and the human race were very friendly. This was a matter that concerned the survival of an entire race, and the higher-ups were divided on whether to help the human race or not. Raphael was the first to stand up and express her stance, and it could be said that she played a very important role. After that, she volunteered to join the heaven-crushing sect and fight against the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. When she made that decision, she was already prepared to sacrifice herself for the human race. However, to her surprise, she was slain by the heavenly earth god. At this moment, Raphael was lying peacefully on the ground. Green grass and flowers were already blooming beneath her. The ancient Dragon Empress half knelt onto the ground and stroked Raphael's cheek with a gentle hand. She once said that if she died in battle one day, please bury her on the battlefield so that her remains could transform this tragic battlefield into a beautiful place again. Everyone faltered upon hearing this before tears began to well up in their eyes. The burial site of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure could automatically gather the aura of heaven and earth, thereby transforming that place into a paradise for cultivation. Many mighty figures would choose to be buried in their own sects in order to protect their disciples. However, Raphael said that she wanted to be buried on a bloody battlefield. Her life had come to an end here, so it was better for her to blossom here. Let's bury her here. Chun-Chin nodded and said, I'll set up an enchantment barrier that even the heavenly gods won't be able to break through. She'll be very safe here. Everyone buried Raphael on the spot and erected a tombstone for her. Under the nourishment of her body, the ravaged earth was being revitalized at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Gradually, under the strange resonance of the heavens and the earth, the area within 100 miles became a fairyland filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Furthermore, this change was still slowly spreading, and Lin and the others were all astonished to see this. At this moment, Chun-Chen was already bowing deeply toward the tombstone. Thank you, Raphael. I hope you can live happily ever after in the holy region. Everyone also bowed deeply toward the tombstone upon seeing this. All of them had the utmost respect for Raphael. The phoenix fluttered in the air, scattering flaming feathers that resembled flowers in the sky, creating a vibrant and romantic spectacle. The 9-colored divine vermilion bird flew through the sky, leaving a trail of dreamy 9-colored light in her wake. The 2 mythological beasts were also mourning the sacrifice of their extermination team member in their own way. This was the funeral of the healing goddess Raphael, one of the 4 archangels of the Garden of Eden. Chapter 1591. After the funeral, which was simple yet not simple, everyone continued to do what the extermination team was supposed to do. The extermination team had to completely destroy one of the enemy's paths. This wasn't as simple as just destroying the enemy. They had to destroy the crystal as well. After all, this was a battle of attrition. The core of the enemy was the southern heavenly gate, and Lin and the others flew toward the gargantuan gate. The southern heavenly gate was over 1 million feet tall and stood between heaven and earth, creating a spectacular sight to behold. Aside from the heavenly earth god, all of the enemies had been killed, so the defensive formation had become extremely fragile, and Chun-Chen was able to shatter it with a single finger. Everyone began to approach the southern heavenly gate, and they felt as if their hearts were being tugged at by the white light within the gate, enticing them to enter the gate. Chun-Chen cautioned, "Get rid of all distracting thoughts. The gate between the 2 worlds is extremely alluring. If you enter the gate, don't even think about coming back." Everyone was given a fright upon hearing this, and they became even more cautious as they approached the gate. None of them were weaklings, but Chun-Chen was sure that there was no chance of them coming back after entering the gate, so it was quite apparent just how terrifying the gate was. "Chun-Chen, what's beyond the gate? Why do you say we won't be able to come back after entering?" And Lin asked with a curious expression. Chun-Chen shook his head. "I don't know what's beyond the gate, but I do know that there's something within the gate that gives me a very dangerous feeling." "A very dangerous feeling?" And Lin's expression stirred slightly. Chun-Chen had been extremely calm and collected even in the face of the heavenly earth god, but he was now struck by a sense of danger from something within the gate. Could it be that there was something more terrifying than the representatives of the heavenly Tao? Everyone was also wondering the same thing. At this moment, Chun-Chen spoke again. "The representatives of the heavenly Tao and the heavenly human tribe are restricted by the will of the heavenly Tao on the Tai Chu continent. What if they're outside the gate? Their powers would most likely be different." Everyone came to a realization upon hearing this, and Lin also came to a sudden realization. During his battle against the heavenly time god had told him that as long as her power wasn't restricted, she would be able to determine the past and future with a single glance. She was a mighty heavenly god, and she didn't have a habit of bragging, so there was a very good chance that she was telling the truth. This meant that if Enlin were to battle the heavenly time god outside of the restriction of the heavenly Tao, he would most likely be reduced to a pile of dirt with just a glare from her. The joy he felt from the complete victory had faded a little. However, everyone knew that it was more important to get down to business, so they turned their attention back to the southern heavenly gate. The interior of the southern heavenly gate was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it impossible to see what was actually inside. However, there was an extremely strong fluctuation of the two worlds. It was obvious that this was a gate that connected to the outside world. The celestial Thearcha's eyes reflected everything in this world, and he used his omniscient eye to analyze the situation before replying. The passageway between the two realms is extremely stable, and it's also extremely massive. It's being maintained by a god of creation stage power, so it won't be easy to completely destroy it. Why are you thinking so much? Just hammer it. No matter what it is, you can only know if it's difficult or not after you hammer it. And Lin was very straightforward. He had to destroy the enemy's crystal. He wasn't a kobold, so how could he destroy it in one strike? He had to destroy it in one strike. Everyone understood this logic, and they all unleashed offensive spell techniques toward the gate. They would only know if their attacks would be effective after they did it once. Boom, boom, boom. Spell techniques exploded on the battlefield, and heaven and earth tremored violently. Even the weakest cultivator here was a return to void stage mighty figure, and there were 6 or 7 Tao integration stage super mighty figures among them. Their combined attacks were capable of destroying heaven and earth. If this were any other place, they would be able to destroy an entire realm in an extremely short time. However, their boundless power was unable to destroy even a single inch of the passageway between the two realms. It was as if it were an indestructible fortress that no one could break through. The interior of the gate was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it were mocking them for overestimating themselves. "I can't do it, master. I can't break it." Little Red shook her bright red head and said in a sweet voice with a helpless expression on her face, "Harder, harder." And Lin panted heavily as he encouraged her. I'm already using a lot of force." Xiao Hong swayed her body as she spoke in a sweet voice. After saying that, she summoned a few hundred kind-looking, half-naked, muscular monks to attack the barrier passage. She didn't even have time to catch her breath while attacking. Even so, there was still no effect. "Let's all use spell techniques imbued with heaven-crushing true intent," the celestial Darch suddenly suggested. Everyone chimed in unison before unleashing spell techniques that were imbued with heaven-crushing true intent. Chun Chin turned to the celestial Darch with a hint of surprise on his face. The celestial Darch had evolved even more thoroughly than he had imagined. Was he going to apply to join the heaven-crushing sect in a few days? Should he be given the position of a heavenly disciple? Even though Chun Chin had initially imparted his heaven-crushing techniques to the celestial Darch in order to make their team more powerful and reduce casualties, the celestial Darch had undergone such a drastic transformation. The celestial Darch was a good seedling. Chun Chin and everyone else continued to bombard the passageway between the two realms. It had to be said that the spell techniques imbued with heaven-crushing true intent were very effective. Many visible cracks appeared on the passageway between the two realms, like glass shattering. The interior of the door was a vast expanse of whiteness, and the light began to dim. Crap, the spatial power is beginning to repair itself. Let's work harder. Destroy it in one go. Bai Ling detected a burst of power surging toward them from within. Everyone unleashed their most powerful techniques. Nirvana heaven-shattering flame, heaven-shattering void explosion, heaven-shattering flying dragon slash, great sun-shattering heaven, primal chaos heaven-shattering ball, heaven-shattering supreme technique fist of the heavenly Tao, heaven-shattering supreme technique finger of the heavenly Tao. They didn't know what the passageway between the two realms had done to deserve so many heaven-crushing techniques. and Lin even unleashed his power of the heavenly gods to summon the most lethal golden void lightning to bombard the passageway between the two realms. A terrifying explosion of energy blasted all of the spellcasters, flying for tens of thousands of meters. Destructive energy tore through the passageway in a frenzy, pulverizing it into smithereens. The passageway collapsed, and the spatial power disappeared as the white light completely dissipated. The only bridge connecting the two realms had been completely engulfed by destructive energy, and the passageway within the gate returned to chaos. Everyone burst into excited laughter as a sense of elation welled up in their hearts. It was as if the enemy's crystal had exploded and the word "victory" had appeared on the screen after a series of twists and turns. Everyone was filled with elation and excitement. The passageway has already been broken. Now, all we have to do is close the two bronze gates and toss them into the chaotic space to erase the coordinates. Then, we'll be able to completely sever our connection with the other side of the gate. A rare smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. Everyone pushed open the gates excitedly upon hearing this. However, they were then embarrassed to find that the gates wouldn't budge.